Catherine scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. The good lighting of the dressing table emphasized all the age-related changes in her face, which were hardly noticeable to those around her. Maybe I should get a facelift, Catherine pondered, pulling the skin at her temples. She was 52 years old, but no one gave her that age. Only she herself was complex, and thought that every day she lived reflected on her. Endless cosmetic procedures and gym classes did not contribute much to her self-confidence, and the inevitable aging drove her into depression. Catherine was married to Robert, a successful businessman who owned a hotel business and a chain of restaurants throughout New York City. In this line of work obliged Robert to often appear at various events accompanied by his wife. Catherine used to love such outings, but in recent years they have only made her sad. Most of Robert's acquaintances were married to young girls who have not yet recognized the first signs of aging, and Catherine could not accept it. They made her feel ugly, and she thought Robert felt that way too, looking at her. "Looking for faults in yourself again?" Robert asked, entering the bedroom. "It's not that hard," Catherine replied, looking unhappily in the mirror. "When are we going to stop doing this nonsense?" "When I'm back in my 20s. "Where are you going?" Catherine frowned, seeing that Robert was dressed in a business suit. "And I have a meeting with investors. I told you." Robert took a comb from the nightstand and tried to smooth his unruly hair. "And when are you coming back?" Catherine clearly didn't like the fact that Robert was going somewhere. "I don't know. I still have to stop by the restaurant tonight, settle a few things." "Who are you going there with?" Catherine was wary. What kind of stupid questions are these? Robert was beginning to get annoyed. Just a normal question. What, a wife has no right to know where her husband goes? "I don't work so you can afford everything you have." Or do you just want to be able to provide for your mistresses? Catherine couldn't stand it. So what mistresses? "You know better what mistresses there are." Catherine looked at her husband testily. "Enough. I don't have time to listen to this nonsense." "Have a good day." Robert walked out of the bedroom, slamming the door hard. Catherine threw herself on the bed and sobbed loudly. She was going mad with distrust of her husband, a reason for which he gave no reason. Catherine knew perfectly well that Robert's work involves a large number of meetings, but she was not relieved by it. He was surrounded everywhere by beautiful young girls, which, in Catherine's opinion, she herself did not reach. Most of the employees of hotels and restaurants, as if from the covers of fashion magazines, because of which Catherine began to hate herself. All these girls were incredibly nice to Robert, and Catherine seemed that each of them only dreamed of how to get her husband, and Robert himself didn't mind. The sobs subsided, and Catherine rolled over onto her back, looking up at the high ceiling of the bedroom and occasionally shuddering from the hushed tears. When she stood up and walked over to the mirror, she felt like sobbing again. Her face, which she already thought was ugly, was swollen and red. Catherine wanted to smash the hated mirror, but at that moment the phone rang. The screen read Sarah. Catherine took a deep breath and picked up the phone, trying to hide the traces of her recent sobs. "Hi, I was just about to call you myself. Can you believe it?" "That's why we're friends," Sarah replied cheerfully. She was the wife of one of Robert's longtime partners. She and Catherine had met years ago and had maintained a warm friendship over the years. Sarah was one of Catherine's few peers in Robert's entourage. "What news?" Catherine asked, trying to clean herself up. "I don't really feel like telling you everything over the phone. How about I see you at our favorite restaurant?" "I'd love to," Catherine agreed, hoping she could get her mind off Robert's infidelity. "And then it's just the two of us. Have made reservations?" Sarah said cheerfully and hung up the phone. Catherine threw the phone on the bed and went into the shower. Catherine had a lot of mess to put on herself to cover up the traces of hysteria that had occurred. That after the shower she applied her makeup long and carefully, and with each stroke of the brush she liked herself more and more. So by the time she left the house, Catherine was already in a good mood. Getting behind the wheel of her expensive car, she concluded that she was living a wonderful life, and no one's youth could change that. And when Catherine drove up to the restaurant, Sarah's car was already parked in the parking lot, and she pulled him beside it and hurried to the entrance. Sarah sat at the farthest table and studied the menu. "So in all these years you still haven't memorized it by heart?" Catherine inquired, sitting down across from her. "I had to do something to occupy my time while I waited for you." Sarah set the leather-bound menu aside and looked at her friend intently. "What?" Catherine machine-corrected the collar of her blouse, deciding there was something wrong with it. "Nothing, it's just that you're kind of weird," Sarah replied. "What is it that makes me weird?" Catherine didn't understand. "You've obviously got something going on. I can see it in your eyes. Robert should have your attention span." Catherine smirked. "Did you two have a fight?" "And you could say that." Catherine bit her lip. "He's gone away all day again, and I have to sit around wondering who he's spending time with." "Now, why are there any suspicions?" Sarah wondered. "But he's always surrounded by tons of young girls. Of course there are suspicions." "Oh, come on, Robert's not like that." "You don't know what he's like anymore." Catherine curved her eyes. "He used to look at me differently, with admiration or something. You've been married for so many years. No wonder the admiration is gone." "That scares me," Catherine said. "There's no admiration. There are tons of hotties around." "Then never mind for no reason. Robert won't cheat on you," Sarah said with conviction. "I wish I had your confidence," Catherine said sadly. "What's new with you?" "Mark and I are going to London for 6 months." "Aha. On business?" "Yes," Sarah nodded. "I've always wanted to live in another country. Here's a good excuse. He'll work out his issues, and I'll enjoy the beauty of foggy Albion and the feeling of being close to royalty. It's great that your dream will come true, but I'm sad. How will I be here without you?" Catherine imagined how at all her formal outings she would be kept company only by those who were the direct cause of her complexes. "That's okay, I'll call often," Sarah promised. "Is there even the slightest chance you'll stay there forever?" Catherine clarified. "No, we'll definitely come back. I'm not ready for such a global change." "I feel better already," Catherine smiled. "Let's drink this morsel to your successful trip." "Yes, we should have broken this kind of news when we weren't driving." Sarah laughed and picked up her glass. The conversation with her friend had cheered Catherine up, and she returned home in high spirits. And even the absence of her husband was not the cause of her new worries. She spent a few hours on the terrace with the book, How to Love Yourself, Practical Advice, and then packed up and inspired went for a massage. For a while there was a lull in the family of Catherine and Robert. Everything was calm, and scenes of jealousy did not happen. Catherine tried hard to convince herself that Robert needs only her, and he does not even look in the direction of other women. Perhaps everything would have remained so if one evening Robert's phone did not ring, on the screen of which appeared on the photo of an attractive blonde. Robert showed no particular reaction and simply picked up the phone without leaving the room in which Catherine was sitting. He turned away slightly and began the conversation. "Hello, hello." And on the other end of the wire, Catherine could hear rapid speech. The girl was saying something quickly and semantically in a high-end voice. "No, I don't think so." Robert frowned and fixed his hair, which was annoyingly climbing into his forehead. The girl was saying something again, but Catherine couldn't make out the words. Robert mumbled something back at her, and then abruptly got up from his seat and said, "Wait for me, I'll be right there." "Where will you be?" Catherine tensed, looking at her husband's concerned face. "We have to settle the hotel supplies. If we don't hurry, I'm going to lose a lot of money." Since when are such matters handled by lush-breasted minors? Robert looked at his wife in surprise. "It's the blonde." "Who is she?" Catherine asked demandingly. "The hotel manager," Robert replied calmly, not wanting to stir up another conflict. "And do you really think that an employee's appearance and professionalism have anything to do with it?" Catherine shifted her eyebrows and looked at her husband sternly. "Jesus, let's not have jealousy scenes. Not right now. Emily is an excellent professional. God, if it weren't for her, I'd be sleeping on the job." "Ah, she's also Emily to you." Catherine couldn't stand the thought of Robert spending even a couple minutes a day alone with that blonde. "Yes, it just so happens that she is Emily to me." If you want to punish me for that, let's do it later. I have to go. Drive. Can you spend the night at your Emily's? Catherine shouted after Robert, who had already disappeared out the door. And I will definitely take your permission, came Robert's voiced boss to Catherine. Catherine began to wince circles around the room, tears of despair ready to spurt from her eyes. Oh, what a fool I am. Now he's definitely going to stay with that Emily girl, or was it just a good excuse? And she already had him. Catherine reasoned feverishly, not stopping for a second. Or maybe I'm just making this up. He didn't even bat an eye when she called. Maybe I'm jealous for nothing. But the thought didn't want to stay in her head. Catherine was more inclined to cheat because she thought she was not attractive enough compassionate to others. And she wanted to distract herself, to meet someone. But Sarah and her husband had already left for London, and she didn't want to see anyone else. Maybe I should get myself a young lover too. Let her feel how I feel, flashed at Catherine's thought, but she quickly discarded it, realizing that she could not do so meanly. Oh, why am I reasoning as if I know for a fact that he's cheating on me? Is it paranoia or intuition? And there was no way Catherine could make sense of her feelings and sensations. Catherine was still unable to do anything until the evening. She restlessly looked at her watch and fought the urge to call Robert and fought it out. And the sound of a door opening was heard from the first floor, and Catherine quickly ran down the stairs. Hi, she stopped at the last step and looked intently at her husband. Hi, mumbled Robert, who hadn't had time to recover from the day's argument. How did it go? Catherine began from afar. You mean the sex with my manageress? Robert asked with a smirk. Are you kidding me? Catherine turned pale. No, mocking me, Robert replied simply. And I have a right to worry about my husband, Catherine objected. You can worry if I've had an accident, but you don't have to worry about whose bed I'm negotiating in. Why would you say such a thing? Catherine began to cry again. I'm very tired of your suspicions, Robert replied, ignoring his wife's tears. If you don't accept that I'm surrounded by people of different sexes and ages, we won't get this far. Why can't you minimize your interaction with young girls? Because they're my employees and they're doing a great job. If you didn't make up a new romance for me every day, you'd notice that most of my employees are men. Yes, but... Catherine wiped her eyes with her handkerchief. And besides, Robert interrupted her. If you don't trust me, then what kind of family can we talk about? He threw those cruel words at Catherine and went into his office without giving her a chance to object. She stood and tried to control herself, but the emotions came with a new force, and she closed herself in the bathroom, choking with sobs. In the morning, Catherine woke up in a slightly better mood than she had fallen asleep the night before, but she still carried the anxieties of yesterday. The fact that Robert had spent the night at home played a part. Catherine decided not to continue the conflict. So as soon as Robert entered the dining room, she started the conversation. Good morning. She tried to show with all her appearance that yesterday's quarrels were behind her. Good morning, replied Robert not too affably. He had spent the night in the guest bedroom and had not slept well because of it. He was only used to his mattress. Still mad at me? Asked Catherine cautiously. I don't. I'm just really tired of figuring things out, Robert replied. I want to come home to a loving wife waiting for me, not a suspicious hysteric. I'm sorry. I realize I overreacted. Catherine lowered her eyes. I'm begging you to stop being jealous of every pillar. I can't take it much longer. I won't anymore, nodded Catherine. I haven't called Sarah? Asked Robert. No, she wrote that everything was fine, but we haven't been able to have a proper chat. What? Nothing. Just wondering. Robert sat down across from his wife. Mark texted me that there's an important negotiation today. I wonder how it's going to go. Mark has a way with words. He's sure to extract the most favorable terms, Catherine said confidently. Yes, you're right, agreed Robert and leaned back in his chair. How's Jason doing? Totally forgot about his parents, Robert mused thoughtfully. He hasn't written, but he's doing well. He promised to call the other day, Catherine replied. Jason was the 30-year-old son of Catherine and Robert. After graduation, he decided he didn't want to follow in his father's footsteps and went into design. In this field, he immediately everything began to work out. Orders came one after another, and very quickly Jason opened his own design agency. He managed to develop his business to such an extent that orders began to come even from abroad. Right now, Jason was on a business trip to Paris, and the fate of his agency in Europe depended on it. "He hasn't even written to me," Robert muttered sullenly. "He said to tell you hello, but because of our quarrels, I completely forgot. I'm sorry." "Yeah," Robert shook his head. "I don't want our quarrels to affect my relationship with my son." "Oh, come on, I'm just distracted," Catherine said conciliatingly. "He'll be back soon and we'll all get together for a family dinner," she suggested. "Yeah, speaking of traveling," Robert paused briefly. "I have to go on a business trip soon. It won't be possible to make arrangements with a supplier from a distance." "And where will you go?" Catherine was beginning to worry again, but decided not to show it. "To China for about 2 weeks. "That long?" horrified Catherine. "Not too long. You'll be there before you know it." "Yes, I will," objected Catherine. "Why don't I come with you?" "I don't think that would be a good idea. I won't have time for you there." "So what?" "I'll walk around China and go shopping." "You hate China. Why would you want to go there all of a sudden?" "I've only been there once. Maybe a second impression would be more positive," insisted Catherine, realizing she'd go crazy with jealousy if she was alone in New York. "No, let me go alone. We'll talk about traveling together later." Robert stood up and got ready to leave. "I'll be back closer to evening. Don't expect me for dinner." "Okay," muttered Catherine, sitting up with a stone face. Her husband's refusal had reawakened her earlier suspicions. Catherine's entire day was scheduled. Right after talking to her husband, she got ready and went to the gym. And then she was waiting for a massage and a beautician to make another batch of beauty injections. So when she got home, Robert was still gone, and she listened anxiously to the dreary silence of the house. Judging by the shine of all the surfaces, the cleaning lady was already there, which meant she could relax and not wait for anyone but her husband. Catherine went into the living room, sat down on the sofa. In the mirror opposite reflected her slightly swollen face after injections. She looked at herself and thought, "I'm making such sacrifices for him, and he so rubbed my nerves." Catherine was about to plunge back into speculation about her husband's possible infidelity when she received a message on her phone, password including laptop will dial. In 20 minutes, Catherine rejoiced and pulled her laptop from the bottom shelf of the coffee table. She had a good relationship with her son, but lately they had somehow drifted apart. It seemed to Catherine that Jason was deliberately avoiding talking too frankly with her. It bothered her. Good thing at least here she didn't have to worry about him finding a new mother. Probably just temporary difficulties, Catherine told herself as she pressed the power button. Exactly 20 minutes later, the phone rang and Jason's satisfied face appeared on the screen. "Hi, and I was hoping you'd be with Daddy." "Hi, you should have hoped. If Dad's home, it's extremely rare now." "Why?" "Problems at work." "You could say that," Catherine replied evasively. "Okay, I'll call him separately later." "Is he upset that you're missing?" "I'm not missing. Just a bunch of stuff to do. You have no idea how horrible the bureaucracy is in France. It can't compare to ours at all. My eye is already twitching at the amount of paperwork I have to fill out. I shudder to imagine that if I wasn't trying to legalize a business here, but wanted to start one from scratch, I'd probably be sleeping in all these offices." "Look at it as a rewarding experience," Catherine encouraged. "Yeah, but I'd like to believe I won't need it again," Jason laughed. "So you haven't talked to your dad in a while?" Catherine returned to the past topic, hoping to learn something from her son. "Oh, a couple weeks ago." "Why? And how is he doing?" "Mom, what's going on? I'm the one who is in another country, and you live in the same house. It's just that he's gotten kind of secretive. I thought maybe you knew what was going on with him." "No, I don't know anything." "Are you sure you're not hiding anything from me? You haven't broken up, have you?" "No, everything's fine. By the way, Dad's going to China soon, but he's got some work stuff going on there, If he was going to Europe, I'd shared the experience with him. But as it is, Jason rolled his eyes pretentiously. You could do your course on how to legalize a business in France and sell it for cheap. Mom, you're losing your business acumen, Jason laughed again. And so what do you think of France in general? Catherine asked. Oh, it's great here, but I wouldn't want to live in Paris. I'd like to go to Nice. You know I love the heat. Yes, but I wouldn't want you to go far away. I don't plan to. It's scary to imagine how much red tape there is with paperwork. If you want to live here when you want something. It's not a hindrance, Catherine parried. It sure is, Jason agreed. All right, Mom, I'm going to run. Time for another piece of paperwork. Run and don't forget to call Dad. I will, Jason promised, and his face was replaced by a dark screen. For the next 3 weeks, life went on as usual. Robert worked hard and prepared for the trip. Catherine continued to try out new ways to rejuvenate herself, while at the same time continuing to go crazy with jealousy. And she tried to stop herself not to express her suspicions to Robert. But she often snapped, and they fought again and again. Robert was obviously exhausted by the constant fights with his wife and tried to spend as little time as possible in her company. And it seemed to her that this was the proof of his infidelity. When the day of Robert's departure came, he left early in the morning without even saying goodbye to his wife. Catherine, finding that Robert was not at home and in the living room did not stand suitcases, became furious and wrote him an angry message. Have a good trip with your beautiful ladies to whom you were in such a hurry, without even saying goodbye to me. I hope you don't feel too bad about your conscience when you're enjoying life in the company of other women. Have a soft landing. Catherine hit the send button and threw the phone at the wall. She had already lost count herself of how many tantrums had been endured because of jealousy, and how many tears had been shed because of constant suspicion. Catherine didn't know what to do, didn't understand how to fix the situation, and Sarah was too far away to help her with any advice. Catherine wanted to write to her or call her, but it was too early in London, and Catherine called. Almost every morning during Robert's absence followed this scenario. She wanted to write to him, wanted to rush to China, but she did not even know where exactly he is. Robert himself had not contacted her since the day he left. Catherine's message had been read but not answered. This fact made Catherine incredibly angry, and she became more and more convinced that Robert went on vacation with his mistress, not to solve work issues. After 2 weeks of such torment, everything was finally resolved. Catherine came home after practice and saw Robert's coat and his suitcase in the hallway. He's back, she thought happily, deciding that now they would put all conflict behind them. Catherine listened more closely. Some sounds were coming from the dining room. So Robert was there. She took a deep breath and walked towards the husband they had parted so badly with 2 weeks ago. Hello, Catherine. She walked into the dining room. Robert was standing at the window smoking. He had never allowed it in the house before. Hello, he said, and let the puffs of smoke out of his mouth. Why are you smoking right in the house? Everything stinks in here. Don't worry, it won't affect you, Robert replied calmly. What do you mean? Catherine sensed something amiss. I mean that the odors of this house will no longer be your problem because it's no longer your house. I don't understand. She felt like the ground was leaving under her feet. A lot has changed in these past 2 weeks, Robert began. Or rather, things changed a lot before. Do you have someone? Catherine didn't let him finish.
Not exactly. I haven't had anyone who would think about it, but you started drilling into my brain with your constant suspicion. When the only thing waiting for you at home is a showdown, you can't help but start thinking about a new life with a new person.
You tell me you're with someone else, and you have the nerve to accuse me of it. Catherine turned red with indignation. I'm not accusing. Just telling it like it is. Robert was still very calm. I got tired of the constant accusations and decided I'd rather have the accusations I deserve, and maybe I'd be happier. With you, that became impossible. I fell in love with a beautiful girl and realized I couldn't live with you any longer. Besides, she's expecting a child from me. We're going to have a family. What about our family? And you ruined our family with your constant suspicion and mistrust. Robert took out another cigarette. Want one? He held it out to Catherine. I don't smoke. And how can you be so calm telling me you're leaving me for someone else? You don't care at all about our past. You've sucked all the emotion out of me. I don't have the energy for anything anymore. How can you blame me when another woman is expecting your child? Let's not get into who's right or wrong. It doesn't matter anymore. There's only the bottom line. We're splitting up, and you're leaving this house. And if I don't, the court still has to decide who gets what. We have apartments, pick any one you want, and go there. If you want to wait for the trial, fine. But I don't think my lawyers will leave you with anything. Catherine glared angrily at Robert. She wanted to get in his face, to hurt him as much as he had hurt her. Pack the essentials and leave. For the rest, I'll order delivery. Why is your sweetheart already moving in here today? For the first time in this conversation, there was something other than indifference in Robert. I'm not going to let you throw mud on her. How honorable we are. And you don't give a damn about your own wife. Yes, Robert agreed. The wife has done her best to make it so. Who is she? Catherine's eyes glittered. That's none of your business. That's where you're wrong. You'd better answer that, or else what? Robert laughed coldly. Subsequently, you'd better not know. I see Robert put out his cigarette. I think it's time for you to go. Go get ready, the driver will take you. I'll pack when I see fit. No, you're packing now. That's out of the question, Robert replied stiffly. I hate you. You're a lowlife. Even my son isn't eager to hang out with you. He only calls me, Catherine shouted. The words about his son hit Robert painfully, and his cold indifference was replaced by anger. In an instant, he lost his temper and began to yell at Catherine, You crazy hysterical. I'm sick of your constant tantrums. I should have left you in the middle of nowhere where I took you from. Took you. Oh, how generous of us. Be thankful I agreed to go away with you then. All those years with a decent woman. Robert laughed loudly. There's a decent woman here. After all these years, you still haven't learned to keep your face in decent society. But you have no idea how many times I've been ashamed of you. Look at him. He's a total jerk, just like your disgusting society. You asshole. You're going to regret doing this to me, Catherine shouted, her eyes burning with rage, and ran out of the dining room. Already regretted it, Robert followed her and took out another cigarette. Catherine rushed through all the rooms and threw things into the large suitcase with which she and Robert usually went on family trips. She wanted to break and smash everything she could get her hands on, but she restrained herself. Such revenge would be too easy. Catherine dumped all the papers out of the drawer and wanted to start sorting through them, but realized she wasn't in the right state of mind right now. She pulled the keys to the apartment, which no one had lived in for a long time, out of the drawer and hurried outside. The driver pulled up a few minutes later and helped Catherine load her suitcase into the trunk. Where are we going, Catherine Pavlovna? He asked, looking at Catherine with some surprise. To Fifth Avenue. To your old address? Clarified the driver, who had worked for Catherine and Robert's family for many years. Yes, Catherine replied briefly and got into the back seat. She didn't cry, only stared angrily at the house, which was rapidly receding, becoming a small dot on the horizon. Catherine did not understand what would happen next, but she knew for sure that she would not give life to her husband and his mistress. The car was going fast, and after 40 minutes, Catherine opened the door to the apartment where no one was waiting for her, and she closed the door behind her and moved down the wall, covering her face with her hands. Tears, which had been suppressed by rage, burst out. They contained everything: anger at her husband, at herself, hatred for the unknown mistress, and just despair, incomprehension of her own future. Catherine sat like that for a long time, until the strength did not leave her, and she with difficulty reached the sofa, collapsed on it, and fell asleep, strong but painful sleep. And she dreamed of her husband driving her out of the house again and again. She begged him to forget everything. Then the pictures changed, and she hated a slender woman with a blurry face, who screamed that Robert loved only her, and that Catherine was old, and no one needed her. In the morning, Catherine woke up even more tired than she had been the night before, and she wanted to get up and unpack her suitcase, but the strength just wasn't there. As she felt that her condition was painful, She wanted to sleep again. Making another attempt to get up, Catherine gave up and drifted back into sleep. She lay with a fever for several days. All this time she hardly ate anything and could hardly get to the toilet. Her suitcase was still standing in the hallway, and the boxes of food she had ordered were lying on the floor by the couch. When normalcy slowly began to return to Catherine, she decided that it would be impossible to establish a new life while Robert was having fun with a new woman, and everything should be done to prevent them from doing so. Robert felt incredibly relieved after Catherine's departure. From his shoulders as if a heavy weight fell, which prevented him from living life to the fullest. He immediately called his new lover to tell her the happy news. "Actually, I told her everything. She's gone." "And how did she take it?" "Badly, of course. But what else could you expect?" "You didn't tell her who I was?" Ashley asked excitedly. "No, of course I didn't. I promised you I'd keep it a secret." "Good," I could hear the relief in her voice. "Will you send a driver for me? As soon as he's free, he'll come to you. I'll see you then." "I love you," Ashley said softly. "And I you." Robert pulled the phone away from his ear. A pleasant warmth spread throughout his body. Ashley had always given him a feeling of love and peace. They had met at one of Robert's restaurants. Ashley worked as a hostess and knew Catherine personally. She had witnessed the petty fights between Catherine's brothers Cotton and Robert on more than one occasion, and it seemed to her that there was no future for them, and so it had turned out. Ashley had contributed greatly to it, though. She realized that Robert wanted a calm and measured relationship, and began to show in every go possible that she was ready to give it to him. Ashley easily managed to capture Robert's heart, which he gave her without the slightest hesitation. The divorce process was more complicated than Robert expected. The absence of minor children did not simplify the situation, as Catherine and herself persistently put sticks in the wheels. She did not want to make any concessions. She longed for Robert's suffering and didn't want to give up easily. "Why don't you talk to your mom?" Jason asked Robert when he was back in the country. "Do you think she'll listen to me?" "You're her son. Maybe she'll listen." "To be honest, I'm not comfortable with any of this," Jason said. "I mean, she's my mom, and you're suggesting I talk her into getting her off your back with your mistress." "I explained the whole situation to you." Robert expected his son to be supportive. "So, you think mom's jealousy should be an excuse for you to cheat? We've been having a bad time lately. Things were already headed for divorce." "Well, I don't know, Dad. That sounds doubtful. I didn't lie to her. I told her the truth. I told her when Ashley was already pregnant. And son, you have no idea how much your mother got on my nerves. I don't have to imagine it. I just think you could have broken up with her in a more dignified way." "You may be right, but it's already done." Robert tapped his fingers nervously on the table. "Don't you want to meet Ashley?" "You don't even know." Jason shrugged. "Maybe it's not time yet. It's not her fault our divorce happened. It would have happened without her, just a little later." "Dad, I'm not a child. And don't try to convince me that your new woman is a saint. I'm not. Just meet her when you feel like it." "Whatever you say," Robert agreed. "And how are your affairs in France?" "I'll be traveling there a lot now," Jason replied, glad that Robert had changed the subject. "Well, good for you. I'm very proud of you for taking it to the next level." "Thank you. I hope I can keep up at this level." "Don't worry, you have good genes." Robert patted himself on the chest. "Ish, I hope your genes don't let me down," Jason smiled. When Catherine didn't feel any better after her nervous illness, she decided to find out at all costs who Robert's mistress was. She didn't know why she wanted to know, but it seemed to her that she couldn't do without this information. To ask about such things, about common acquaintances, Catherine did not want to, so it remained only to follow. Catherine couldn't just drive up to the house, she would be seen there. It was necessary to act carefully. One morning, Catherine drove to the exit of the cottage village and parked behind a small oak grove, where her car was not visible. She waited for hours and had already decided that Robert wasn't going anywhere. When she finally saw his car passing under the barrier, Catherine looked carefully through the windshield and noticed a girl sitting next to Robert in the front seat. Catherine didn't get a good look at who it was, but she had a feeling that it was a face she had seen somewhere before. She waited a few minutes and moved behind Robert's car. They moved in the general flow of traffic. Catherine hoped that she would be able to remain unnoticed. After a while, it became clear which restaurant Robert was going to. Catherine slowed down, deciding to get there a little later. She waited half an hour and then moved on her way again. Robert's car was no longer in the parking lot. Catherine had already decided that she had waited too long, but then she thought that Robert's new woman might be without him. So she went inside. "Hello, will you be?" Ashley was confused when she saw who had entered the restaurant. But it makes sense now. That's why your face looked familiar. Catherine crossed her arms over her chest and glared angrily at Ashley. "Did you want something?" Ashley tried to speak calmly. "Yes, I would really like it if you wouldn't sleep with my husband." Catherine boiled over, and she didn't care if anyone could hear her. "Let's not make a scene here." Ashley was clearly very worried. "What's the matter? Sleeping with another man's husband isn't scary, but talking to his wife isn't brave enough." "Catherine Pavlovna, I don't want to get involved in your squabbles. It's none of my business. You've flown in for my husband, and you think our quarrels don't concern you. Oh, you're so wrong. Why did you come here? To see what kind of fool Robert has dumped me for. I would ask you not to insult me." Ashley tried to make her voice stern. "And I'd ask you, dyed-in-the-wool, to stay out of my family. By the way, what's your lover making you pregnant work?" Catherine smirked, looking at Ashley's name tag. "None of your business. Please leave our establishment, or I'll call security." "Girl, aren't you confused about something? We're still not divorced. Could this restaurant still be mine?" "I don't care much about that. Please leave the restaurant." Catherine was about to lunge at Ashley, but at that moment the restaurant manager walked up and stopped that from happening. "What's going on here?" He shifted his gaze from Ashley to Catherine. "Catherine Pavlovna is not behaving properly," Ashley replied. "I'll call Robert Nikolaevich," the receptionist said, and pulled out his cell phone. "I didn't authorize this." Catherine glared angrily at the young man, but he simply ignored her. "Robert Nikolaevich, your wife is here," the receptionist said, watching Catherine's actions. "I'd say hello," Catherine smirked. "I got it." The receptionist nodded and pressed the button to call security. A moment later, 2 uniformed men came in and led Catherine outside under the arms. "How dare you?" screamed the woman, trying to break free from the grasp. "You'd better not resist," said one of the guards calmly. "This is illegal," yelled Catherine, struggling unsuccessfully against the 2 strong men. They only let her go in the parking lot and walked back to the restaurant. "I'll sue you." Catherine stomped her feet, beat her hand on the hood of her own car. Then she sat behind the wheel and sobbed for a long time, burying her face in the steering wheel. From that day on, Catherine kept Ashley and Robert on their toes. She'd watch out for them outside the house. She drove to the restaurant and called Robert. Almost every day. "But what do you want from me, God?" Robert could no longer speak to Catherine except by shouting, "Shotevrin." "Why, didn't you miss me?" You could hear the sneer in Catherine's voice. "What are you seeking? Justice? How will you get justice if you lead me to sin?" "Are you threatening me?" Catherine asked with a sneer. "Consider it as such. I wouldn't say so if I were you. Or something might happen to your sweetheart. A fall on her tummy or something even scarier." "Don't you dare." Robert turned pale and shook after those words. "Oh, how worried you are about your toy. Does she already know that you're going to abandon her after 30 years of life? Oh, right, you're going to die a lot sooner than that. She's old enough to be your daughter. You want me to get a court order to stop her from coming near me? Go ahead, do it." Catherine laughed. "Think of your son, how you look like a deceived woman in his eyes." But apparently Catherine was not at all embarrassed by his words. "And stop following us around. Either you stop it yourself or you're going to get help." "Okay, and Ashley is Ashley." "Hi." Let her take care of herself, Catherine softly muttered and hung up the phone. Catherine had formed an obsession to get revenge on her husband and his mistress, but she couldn't think of exactly how. She liked that she was making both Ashley and Robert nervous with her pursuit, so she didn't want to end it. The most painful thing for Catherine was the fact that Ashley was pregnant. She couldn't let her husband start a new family so easily, leaving behind everything they had been through together. Catherine was willing to do anything to keep this child out of the world. Catherine's obsession began to catch the eye of all acquaintances, so her social circle was rapidly decreasing. She periodically continued to call Sarah, who, being in another country, did not know any details, except those that she was told by Catherine herself. "And what, he doesn't even feel guilty about the way he treated you?" Sarah asked, surprised in another conversation with Catherine. "No, he blames me for us cheating." "How awful. I never imagined Robert was capable of such a thing. He's opened up another side to me altogether, and I never thought we'd be in this situation." Catherine complained eagerly to the only person who supported her. "I don't even know how to help you. Maybe you should see a counselor," Sarah suggested. "I'll think about it. It would make me feel a lot better if they would stop catching my eye," Catherine said. She kept quiet about the fact that she was the one stalking Ashley and Robert. "Why, do you see them a lot?" "Yeah, it's like they're stalking me." "What's so mean?" Sarah was indignant. "Do you want me to talk to Mark so he can brainwash Robert?" "No, don't," Catherine protested, afraid that things would come to light for Sarah as well. "You better tell me how you're doing." "It's all about me and me and me. We're fine. I like London, but I still miss home," Sarah replied. "How's Mark's work going? Has anything moved forward there?" "He wants to offer Robert to sell that restaurant they closed this year and invest the money in a business in England." "Oh yes, they never sold that premises," Catherine mumbled thoughtfully. "Well, yeah," Sarah confirmed. "And that's where all the equipment is. They haven't even sold the refrigerators. And they're probably out of business by now," Catherine suggested. "Why? They sort of store something in there," Sarah explained. "You're right immersed in their work. I've never been interested in that." Catherine said this with a note of envy. "Mark's a talker. He tells me everything," Sarah grinned. "That's my name, I think. Mark." She pulled the phone away from her ear and shouted that she'd be right there. "Don't be discouraged. You'll find your happiness yet." "Soon you believe that more than I do," said a dejected Catherine. "You're just still too depressed. But come on, I have to run for now." For now, Catherine put the phone away and sat down in a chair. Thoughts were succeeding one another. "So that restaurant is empty. Interesting." Catherine scratched the bridge of her nose. Well, here was the meeting place. She picked up the phone again and dialed Robert's number. "Didn't we have a deal?" he answered in a gruff voice. "No, it's very urgent," Catherine said, slightly stammering so that Robert thought that she was crying, although he did not care much about Catherine's tears. "Let's meet with you and Ashley. I really need to talk to you." "What do you want Ashley for?" "What do you need to talk about?" "You're welcome. I won't bother you again." "No, if you want to talk, I'm good enough for you. I can't do this anymore. If you don't come, I'll kill myself." Catherine started sobbing. "What the hell are you talking about?" He was outraged. "It's not nonsense. I can't live if we don't talk and close all the issues." "What issues are you going to close? Nothing to do with Ashley?" "Yes, I am. She's with you now." Catherine tried to make her voice sound pathetic. "What are you doing again?" Robert asked irritably. "Nothing. I just want to close this subject once and for all. Please, it's important to me." Catherine sobbed. God, how many times can you do this? Where do you want to meet? How about at that restaurant you closed last year? What kind of a strange choice is that? You and I spent many wonderful hours there. That's where I want to end up. That you should definitely see a doctor. Consultation, Robert. The Harvard form was strange. Please come there. It's quiet now. No one will bother us. When do you want to meet? Tomorrow. I'll text you the exact time later. Okay, but after that, you'll leave us alone. Of course, Catherine agreed quickly. Robert dropped the call without saying goodbye. Catherine smiled slyly and looked in the mirror with a smirk. Well, this is it. The finale is near, she said aloud, and then sent her reflection an air kiss. The rest of the day, Catherine was busy with the organizational aspects of the upcoming meeting. She wanted everything to go smoothly and her abusers to be punished. She felt no emotion except the boundless joy she felt at the thought of the upcoming performance. The next day, she texted Robert to expect them at 3 p.m. and went to get a massage, which she would not cancel under any circumstances. Robert and Ashley pulled up to the empty building. Don't you think it's a strange choice of location? Ashley asked. This crazy woman seems to have her own ideas of normal. The important thing is that she keeps her promise and leaves us alone after this meeting. He helped Ashley out of the car, and they headed toward the entrance of the restaurant. It was quiet inside, with the production refrigerators humming somewhere in the distance. Robert looked around, and it seemed to him that there was someone in the back room. No sooner had he voiced this assumption to Ashley than the backroom door opened and several masked gunmen came running out. They twisted Robert and Ashley and quickly dragged them into a separate room. Before Robert could even realize what was happening, they were already pinned against the far wall of the room, and the stanzed. What is this? Ashley stuttered and cried, unable to comprehend what was happening. Robert got up and ran to the doors, but they were locked from the outside. Hey, you there, open up, he yelled, pounding on the door with his fists. But the answer was silence. Look, Ashley called out to him. In a trembling voice, she pointed her finger at the side wall, where a sign in large red letters read, This is my revenge, I serve you. Cold, very cold. What the hell? Robert walked over to the wall with the inscription, Is that your crazy wife? Is she the one who set this whole thing up? Ashley spoke through sobs. Don't cry, sweetheart, I'm going to fix this. Robert reached for his cell phone, but there was no signal. The thick walls, padded with some kind of iron, wouldn't let it through. Damn it, you're freezing. Robert walked over to Ashley and threw his jacket over her. Yeah, and I think we're going to die of cold out here, she sobbed into her voice. Hey, don't be silly, we'll get out. Robert tried to reassure her. Panic was ready to overwhelm him, though. No one can hear us out here, Ashley continued to cry. Her teeth were chattering hard. It's going to be okay, I promise you, Robert hugged Ashley, but he too was shaking with cold and panic. He tried banging on the door for a while longer, trying to get a signal, but all was to no avail. Ashley paced around the room, trying to keep warm, but her body was rapidly getting colder. Eventually her strength left her and Robert, and they sat against the wall farthest from the refrigerator, huddled together. For a moment, Robert lost track of time. It seemed to him that they had been sitting in that room forever. His consciousness gradually faded. His head began to spin. He closed his eyes and gave himself over to oblivion, and Ashley. Her head lay in his lap. How stupid it ended. He managed to think lazily before he passed out. So when Robert opened his eyes, it was very bright around him, and there was some annoying beeping coming to his ears. I must be dead, Robert decided and closed his eyes again. Or are you? What's going on? He opened them again. Robert Nikolaevich, are you awake? Some voice exclaimed cheerfully. I'll get the doctor now. The next instant, Robert heard the stomping of receding feet. I knew you would come to your senses quickly, said an unfamiliar male voice, belonging to a good-natured, round-faced man who hovered over Robert. Where am I? Robert asked, barely moving his lips. You are in the hospital. You were brought in with severe hypothermia, but the danger has passed. Ashley was all Robert managed to mutter. Your companion is fine, too, only the doctor stammered. What's wrong with her? Robert jerked sharply. Lie down, lie down. You need rest, the doctor stopped Robert from getting up. Unfortunately, the pregnancy could not be saved, but she will definitely recover. Oh my God, will I be able to see her? But of course, but not right now. You both need to build up your strength. I'm fine. I want to see her, Robert protested. I promise you'll see her tomorrow. In the meantime, I can get my son for you. He's here. Yes, he's the one who called the ambulance, replied the doctor. He was waiting for you to wake up. Would you like to see him? Yeah, sure, Robert nodded. And the doctor went out and returned a couple minutes later, accompanied by Jason. As it turned out, he had flown in from France early in the morning. He had slept a little, and having cleaned himself up after the flight, decided to visit his mother, who missed him terribly. He found Catherine at home in the best of spirits. I see you're getting back to normal after your breakup with Dad, Jason said, taking a sip of tea. I'm feeling much better today, Catherine glowed, but Jason noticed a certain unhealthy glint in her eyes. Ma, are you feeling okay? He inquired thoughtfully. Fine. And now I always will be, Catherine replied with a broad smile. And who do I have to thank for your moral recovery? Thank me, son. I did it all by myself. Great. I thought you couldn't do it without a psychologist. No, psychologists have nothing to do with it. A good revenge will replace any specialist. I've seen it firsthand, so I embraced him. Revenge? What are you talking about? Jason said warily. Oh, I'm talking about wish fulfillment. She began cutting off a piece of cake, humming something to herself. Mom, tell me more about it. Jason started to get worried. Catherine was looking more and more frantic by the minute. Your dad never liked the heat, so I sent him out to cool off a bit. I don't know how his slut feels about the heat, but I hope she appreciates my gift too. Catherine laughed nervously. She opened her mouth wide and grabbed her stomach, unable to stop herself. Mom? Jason had goosebumps running down his back. What did you do? I locked them up, locked them in the refrigerator, she said through a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Which refrigerator? Jason had jumped up from his seat in at that closed restaurant, remember? Catherine was about to slide under the table. She's convulsing. Don't go anywhere, I'll be right back. Jason rushed out. He hoped he'd make it in time and everyone would be alive. When he arrived at the restaurant and opened the door to the cold room, Robert and Ashley were already unconscious. Jason immediately called an ambulance and carried the breathless body into the main room. The EMT said he made it just in time. There would have been no one left to save. Jason didn't understand how his mother could do such a thing. There was only one explanation, though. Son. Robert was very happy to see Jason. Dad, are you okay? Jason came over and sat down in the chair beside the hospital bed. I'm alive. Thank you. The doctor said it was you who got us out of there. Yeah, Jason nodded. How did you know we were there? Mom told me. I rushed over there as soon as I heard. Mom said, Robert thought. Dad, she's not herself. Jason tried to calm his father down. Yeah, I noticed. She killed Ashley and I's baby, almost killed us. I'm going to sue her. I don't think you will. Jason sighed heavily. Yes, I will. Don't doubt me. I understand that she's your mom, but what happened is out of line. She's been committed to a mental institution. She's having a nervous breakdown and a manic obsession, or something like that. I didn't really get it. I should have known she had a problem with her head. Robert calmed down a little. And what do the doctors say? I haven't had a chance to talk to them properly yet. I've been waiting for you to come to your senses. Thanks, son. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead. If I'd called Mom more often, I'd have noticed something was happening to her. Don't blame yourself, you couldn't have fixed it. I saw her, but she didn't seem sick in the head. She just acted like a normal, hurt woman. How could I let that happen anyway? Jason covered his face with his hands. If anyone's to blame, it's me. Robert tried to raise his hand to his son, but there was no strength. Okay, let's not look for someone to blame. We have what we have. Jason shook his head, as if trying to get rid of any unwanted thoughts. It was a wise thought. We've got to accept what we've got. It was time for the patient to rest, The nurse came into the room. You can come back tomorrow. Get your strength back. Dad, I'll be there. So when Jason left, Robert fell into a deep sleep. And when he woke up in the morning, he felt much better. How's Ashley? Can I see her today? Robert asked as the full doctor finished taking his blood pressure. See, here's the thing. The doctor was trying to find the right words. Your companion doesn't want to see you. She wants to forget her past, and she wants to forget you. Is that what she said? Robert asked glumly. Yes, I wouldn't take the liberty of making that up. Is there no chance to talk to her at all? Robert asked hopefully. I'm afraid not. She only wants positive emotions. Meeting you will obviously make her nervous. And I understand her. She's been through so much because of me. Robert's feeling a little guilty. Don't worry. Everything will get better, the doctor said encouragingly. You're in good health. You'll be fine. He stood up, clapped himself on his knees, and left the room with a smile. Robert was discharged 2 weeks later. He never got to see Ashley. She wasn't answering her cell phone, and it seemed inappropriate for Robert to look for her room. He wanted to apologize to her, to talk to her about the loss of her child, but he respected her desire to leave, and so he made no effort to contact her. The news about her was of little interest to him, for even though he knew that mental insanity was to blame, he could not forgive her. The mom's going to have a long treatment, Jason said as he drove Robert home from the hospital. How long will it last? No one knows for sure, Jason shrugged. Maybe a year, maybe more. Have you visited her? Yeah, but she doesn't recognize me. She's lying there mumbling to herself. The doctors say it's only temporary, but it's scary to see. I understand, Robert said softly. They said I shouldn't go to her yet. Jason shared the news that was upsetting him. Now why is that? Robert wondered. She's your mother. They say I'm a factor in her recovery. That's nonsense. Well, if that's what the doctors think. They know better, Jason gritted his teeth. I've been thinking. Robert stopped talking and looked out the window. I was thinking that you and I should go away together. Go where? Jason didn't understand. France, for instance. I'd sell the business here and start there. Mark's in London now, and he wants to try it. I could join him. It's easier to fly from France to England than from America. What about Mom? What about Mom? She's the woman who killed my child and almost killed me and my beloved. I'm sorry, but her fate is of little interest to me. What's more, I don't want to be in the same country with her. I'd be better off away from her. And you can always come here. Who's stopping you? Yes, but I can't visit her now. We'll see later. I've definitely decided to leave. But if you join me, that would be great. I'll have to think about it. It's too big a step. Think about it. Teach your old man the ins and outs of French bureaucracy. I can't do it without you. Robert winked at his son. Don't spill it. Will you miss me? Jason grinned. Come on, we can accomplish a lot together. I will. Dad, I think your suggestion. It was plus 35 outside, and Robert, drenched in sweat, emptied another bottle of water. His thin linen shirt was soaked through, his sweaty hair clinging to his wet forehead. There, son, you sure picked a nice place, Robert said, stepping out onto the terrace where Jason sat working on his laptop. I can't stand the cold, and it's nice out here. Nice, huh? Robert, will you open the cap on the bottle? Dad, a lot of people dream of living in nice. Did you make it? Jason grinned at his father, who was trying to blow a strand of hair off his forehead. Okay, you asked to move. Robert sat down in the wicker chair next to Jason. I'm going to see Mark and Sarah in London next week. Any progress on the business? First of all, yes, and secondly, I need a checkup. From now on, I'll only vacation in northern countries. Isn't the air conditioning working for you? Thanks for reminding me. I should install it. We have air conditioning. Jason was surprised. So yes, we have air conditioning in the living room. I don't have one in my office, Robert said unhappily. Why don't they have a strict rule that air conditioners must be installed in all rooms at the time of construction? You're going to have to promote that law, Jason grinned. What do you do, work here? Robert asked. Yes, I used to. And now Jason shut the lid of his laptop. I got a letter from my mom's clinic. What did they say? Robert asked, more for his son's sake than worrying about his ex-wife. Nothing comforting. The attacks are still happening. She tried to commit a triple murder. It's hard to recover from something like that, Robert said reasonably. By the way, I forgot to tell you, the people who helped Catherine were caught. What? They confessed. Jason perked up. Yes, they didn't deny their guilt for a second. And who were these people? Just two guys who'd worked security their whole lives. Catherine found them on the internet and offered them a pretty penny for the assault. So Mom's going to go to jail now. No, she's insane, Robert objected. Don't blame me because I couldn't let those people go unpunished. That's right, I don't. Good, because I don't want it to look like a scumbag in your eyes. And you're the closest person to me. You're not a bad person to me. Jason looked sadly at his father. I just miss my mom. I understand. I'm sure she'll be fine. She's a strong woman, and it's just a shame her strength has been misplaced. She sure is. Robert agreed. Do you want to tell me what kind of girl ran out of our house this morning? Dad, you don't get up this early. Well, I did this morning. Robert smiled broadly. Just a girl. It's no big deal. Jason shrugged it off. And you don't have to kick your companions out of the house. You're the rightful owner. I didn't kick her out. It's her wish. But look. Anyway, I'm glad you're finally settling in. Thanks for changing your whole life with me for the company. Thank you. I wouldn't have done it on my own. And sorry about the heat, my son said with a smirk. That's really mean. But that's okay. I'll take you to Alaska later. I'll make do. Jason, going to Alaska is out of the question. We're totally going. So, they argued jokingly for a long time, sitting on the terrace under the shade of the trees. The sun was waning, and the scarlet sunset illuminated the landscape around Jason and Robert's new home, the house that had given them the opportunity to start a new life. I've had enough of your sluggish Vanka, objected by disgruntled wife.mp4. Caroline and Michael had known each other since high school. The young man was a few years older, so at that time he didn't consider her a young schoolgirl at all. Caroline, on the other hand, looked at him every time she saw him. Once she even dared to confess her feelings to him. Michael was very pleased by this act, but it did not cause any mutual feelings. He did not take Caroline's words seriously, as he thought it was just a childish crush. At that time, Caroline considered herself a very mature girl, who was in the 8th grade at that time. She believed that she and Michael had a small age difference, and somewhere in her heart she hoped that he would invite her to his graduation. However, time passed, and the young man still continued to remain silent. And then Caroline decided to come to his graduation on her own in the hope that when he saw her, his heart would immediately inflame with love. Then she packed like it was her prom night. She spent all her saved money on a new dress that would resemble a princess dress. A classmate had given her beautiful hair and makeup. Even though Caroline was in 8th grade, she already looked like a beautiful formed woman. Her breasts and hips were rounded and her waist was slim. When Caroline put on her dress and walked up to the mirror, she couldn't take her eyes off herself. The red silk floor-length dress with open shoulders sat perfectly on her figure. Brown curls fell over her shoulders and chest. Her friend paid special attention to Caroline's eyes. She decided to emphasize them with such a makeup technique as smoky eye. This look made Caroline feel a little more grown up. She no longer looked like a little girl. In front of the mirror stood a beautiful young woman. When it was time to go out, Caroline felt a little nervous, so she decided to take her friend Emma with her, who did her makeup and hair. The girls walked to school holding hands. Emma kept telling Caroline that she looked ravishing, and today she would get her Michael. At the school, the girls saw a huge number of people who had gathered to watch the graduation farewell number. The girls' classmates and parents were there. Caroline didn't care who was around her. Her eyes were constantly on the lookout for Michael. She wanted him to see her as soon as possible and give her a few compliments. When the girl realized that her lover was nowhere to be found, she decided to go around the school. She knew that high school students gathered around the corner to smoke. That's where she headed. As she neared the corner of the building, she saw Michael with his strong, masculine arms around some girl she didn't know. Could it be a sister? No, it can't be. Never would a brother hug his sister like that. And what does he see in her? Why doesn't he notice me at all? Who have I been trying for? Caroline thought. The girl didn't know what she should do. On the one hand, she really wanted to appear from around the corner, to come up to Michael, to congratulate him on graduation. But on the other hand, she realized that she wouldn't be welcome. The two of them had run away from everyone to cuddle here. So they didn't want to see anyone. Tears came to her eyes, and there was such a squeezing feeling in her chest that it was very hard to breathe. Caroline couldn't do anything about her emotions, so she picked up the hem of her dress in her hands and ran out of the schoolyard as fast as she could. At this time, Emma stood in the square and searched for her friend with her eyes. Emma, at some point, even started to feel worried because her friend had been gone for quite a long time. In the distance, she saw the silhouette of Caroline running as hard as she could. Fear lurked inside that something was wrong, and Emma ran after her. Caroline. Wait, Emma shouted at the top of her voice. Stop, I said. The girl grabbed Caroline's arm, turning around to face her. What happened? Nothing. It's just business as usual, Emma said in a frustrated voice. I don't understand why I thought Michael would ever pay attention to me. What makes you think that? Maybe because you're a very pretty girl, Emma said. Tell me what happened. I was just looking for him. I remembered that he and the boys often went behind the school to smoke. When I got to the corner, I saw him hugging some girl. You know, it's just some other girl. Why her and not me? I'm always in front of him, trying to look pretty. I even confessed my feelings to him. He couldn't even take it seriously. Tell me, do I look like I'm joking? First of all, Caroline, there's nothing wrong with you. I never thought your feelings for Michael could be fake or a joke. If you didn't realize that, then you have to think about the fact that he's a fool. Well, only a fool would miss a girl like you. Secondly, I can only assume that Michael didn't take you seriously because we're 3 years younger. Maybe when we're 25 and he's 28, the difference won't be so obvious. I'm asking you not to feel bad, because there will be men in our lives that Michael can't even match. Don't you dare say that. You don't know him at all. Do you know what a kind, sweet, decent, funny, strong, manly man he is? I could go on and on about him forever. You can talk about him your whole life, but it won't change the fact that he's cuddling with some girl right now, Emma said, realizing that the words would hurt her friend. Caroline's face changed instantly, and tears came to her eyes again. She felt like Emma had betrayed her. If they were true friends, she wouldn't have done this and would have continued to support Caroline all the way until Michael was hers forever. But instead, her friend talks about how the young man is not worthy of her love. How can you say that about people you don't know at all? Caroline couldn't understand it at all. There was nothing to do, so the friends packed up and went home. On the way, they discussed plans for the evening. Emma didn't want to leave her friend alone with bad thoughts, so she offered to go home with her. Caroline accepted the offer. The girls entered the flat. Emma immediately went to the bathroom to wash off her holiday makeup and get rid of her hair, which reminded her of today's mishap. As soon as Caroline transformed from a beautiful girl to a young wench, she and Emma went straight to the cafe to really devour the ice cream. Despite this, it had been a lovely evening. Caroline was constantly dangling in the clouds and thinking about how she would go on without her lover, knowing that he was in love with some other girl. For about a fortnight, Caroline had been constantly thinking about Michael. It couldn't be said that she enjoyed suffering. In her dreams, she imagined the young man coming into her room in the middle of the night, lying down in bed and holding her in his arms. On top of that, she constantly had dreams in which Michael would whisper his love to her, talk about how beautiful she was, and make excuses about those hugs with the girl. Caroline wanted it to be that way. She had seen her lover a few times at the mall, and when she had said hello to him, she had heard a short, "Hey babe," in response. After saying that, she wanted to cry because she realized that you can't say hello like that to someone you have a soft spot for. At some point, Caroline realized that Michael wasn't interested in her at all. She felt hurt that her friend Emma was right in what she said. Emma felt very sorry for Caroline. She tried to distract the girl from the bad thoughts that constantly visited her head, thought up a variety of activities for the evening. And at some point, Emma realized that she had succeeded in achieving what she wanted. Caroline thought of Michael less and less every day, and then she forgot he even existed. Well, at least that's how it seemed to Emma. The next 3 school years flew by quickly and easily because Michael was no longer in school, and Caroline didn't see him. She went about her business and socialized with her peers. The girl was no longer dangling in the clouds. She had no time, as she had to prepare for exams. They heard that Michael, after graduating from school, entered some institute, which was in another city. Because of that, they had never even met him in their small town. Emma looked at Caroline and couldn't believe that such a great love had left no trace. Not only had her friend stopped thinking about Michael, but she had started dating other guys. Each time, Caroline thought that this was her only love that would go with her all her life. However, the young men were dishonest. Each wanted only one thing from Caroline. All as one swore their love while trying to get under her skirt. Caroline was not ready for this and constantly broke up with them, refusing the young men. She talked about taking things slow, but they wouldn't listen to her. Each lover said that if Caroline did not agree to intimacy, then she did not love him. Each of them tried to make her feel guilty. To be honest, they succeeded. Sometimes the girl was on the verge of agreeing. However, at the last moment, she would change her mind. When Caroline stopped being so naive, she realized that she was being manipulated. The most frustrating thing was that, in her opinion, only she had grown up, not her surroundings. This was because each of her suitors made the mistakes of the previous one. It seemed as if they all stopped at the same level of development. It was then that Caroline decided that she would die an old maid. She had come to the conclusion that no man in this town was worthy of her. Emma was both happy about that decision and worried about Caroline. You and I are adults, so we should react differently to fools. Look, Caroline, you've heard it said many times that men are 3 years behind women in their development. That says you should pick an older guy, and you're still messing around with our 1-year-olds. I was walking to school the other day, and I saw Jeff beating nettles with a stick and laughing like a little kid. What can you talk about with people like that? Emma, I get it. Yeah, I've heard that you should pick a guy who's older than you, but I picked one once before. And if you remember, it didn't work out so well. Honey, there's going to be a lot more fools in your life. That's no reason to stigmatize every guy. Okay, Emma, let's put this conversation on hold. I promise you I will not die an old maid. I'm just going to try to get away from all of this right now. And do well, Caroline said with a smile, hugging her friend. That's a different conversation. I thought you were going to get depressed because of the fools. Well, on that positive note, let's go get some delicious ice cream, Emma said in a cheerful voice. Caroline felt as if she would never be able to love anyone as much as Michael in her life. Even though she didn't remember him anymore, she still had that feeling in her chest. She had to take her final exams ahead of her, which at the moment was causing her difficulties. She had been sitting all evenings at her textbooks and solving problems in her hated maths. Caroline was very tired. She could afford to take a walk with her friend on rare free evenings or only on weekends. Such time was especially valuable because she was able to distract herself from all the thoughts that haunted her. As the end of the school year drew nearer, Caroline began to worry. Sometimes it seemed to her that she would fail all her exams and would have to go to a vocational school. Frankly, that was her biggest fear. Her parents always had high hopes for her, so she tried to never let them down. On the days when she had to take her final exams, Caroline remembers only the moments when she entered the classroom as a blur in her mind. After that, it was like she was in a vacuum. God only knows how she solved all the problems and wrote the essays. However, despite such great anxiety and excitement, the girl managed to pass the exams with good and excellent marks. These results were enough to enter the Polytechnic University. By that time, Caroline had not yet had time to decide on a specialty, and therefore went to study only to have a diploma of higher education in her hands. She realized that in the future she would in any case receive additional education when she could decide on the profession she wanted to work in for the rest of her life. In her first year, Caroline was very sad that her only best friend Emma had left for the regional city. She was used to her friend always being around and being able to come over at any moment. However, now they only saw each other a few times a month when Emma came to her hometown for the weekend. Despite this, Caroline had developed quite a good relationship with her classmates. Caroline herself did not expect that she could become one of the most popular girls in the institute. One day she was preparing for her maths class. She quickly read through the notes to refresh her knowledge when she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. Turning round, she was taken aback. "Swan, is that you?" Smiling broadly, Michael, who was standing a metro away from her, said. Caroline could not believe her eyes. In front of her stood a ghost from the past, which had completely discouraged the girl from believing in true and pure love. She felt both joy and anger at the same time. She was ready even now to throw herself on his neck, to kiss him and tell him how much she loved him all these years. And at the same time, she wanted to hit him for coming to ruin her life again. "Why don't you say something? Standing up like a stranger. Have you forgotten how you told me how much you loved me?" "That was a long time ago, and it wasn't true." "Hello, Michael. I heard you were studying in some other city. How did you end up at our institute?" Caroline asked with coldness in her voice. "I missed our town. I decided to transfer in my final year. It's the same specialty. The teaching here is no worse than in the region." "Well, to be honest," Michael said in a calm tone. The bell rang in the building, signaling the start of classes. Caroline started to get ready, but Michael grabbed her arm and asked her a question. "Maybe after school we could have coffee in the square across the street." Caroline was numb to the suggestion. She wanted to hit the young man to make him feel the way she did more than 3 years ago. She couldn't do that because somewhere in the back of her mind all these years she had dreamed of meeting him. Then she decided to take a chance and say yes. Just after the end of the pairs, Caroline was coming down the stairs and saw Michael waiting for her in the lobby. He was talking to some upperclassmen. They were smiling and gesticulating vigorously. For some reason, Caroline felt afraid. She thought that if she approached Michael now, he would decide to laugh at her. However, when the young man looked up at her, he smiled broadly and waved his hand for her to approach him as quickly as possible. "Were those my classmates?" Michael said, smiling. "Shall we go for a walk?" Caroline nodded affirmatively, and the young men headed for the park. He bought them each a cup of coffee. To be honest, Caroline didn't like the drink, but she didn't want to contradict Michael. He talked a lot about studying at the institute in another city, about student parties. Caroline walked beside him and listened as if mesmerized. She didn't care what he was talking about. It was enough that he was near and occasionally touched her palm with his fingers. "You've changed a lot," Michael said with a smile. No, you used to be quite beautiful too. It's just that, in my mind, you're still the one who used to confess her feelings to me. Well, I wasn't that young. I was 14, by the way, Caroline said. Yes, Michael, those were bright feelings. My first love as a teenager, in fact, it was my last. I mean, really. Are you telling me you haven't had a boyfriend in all these years? What do you take me for? Sure, I tried to date different young men, but at some point I realized I was doing something wrong. It was like they were all left living at the age they were when they were 7 or 8 years old. After a few weeks, I realized that this wasn't my option at all. So we broke up. In the 11th grade, I was completely desperate and just decided to devote all my time to studying and preparing for exams. Why did all those guys annoy you so much? Every one of them was trying to get under my skirt. When I got rejected, they tried to accuse me of not being sincere in my feelings. In their opinion, if I liked them, I should have jumped into bed with them on the very first day, and I didn't like that, so I stopped talking to them and getting to know them. So you mean to say that such a beautiful, glamorous girl has never had a boyfriend? Michael asked, smiling broadly. He shook his head a little and corrected himself. I'm sorry, that was a tactless question. All right, we're not 15 years old. Yeah, I've never been with anyone. To be honest, I don't regret it. I think it's better to wait a while and break your virginity with someone you really care about. Did you already have someone in your life that you cared about? Michael asked with an awkward smile. Yes, but as they say, there was one and then there was one. Okay, let's change the subject. I feel a little awkward. I just don't even know why you're interested in this. I'm interested because when I saw you, my heart sank. I had no idea a pretty girl like you had no one. But even so, I'm ready to make it up to you. And how would you do that? Caroline was puzzled and really didn't understand what Michael was talking about. Despite the fact that at the beginning of their conversation she felt free and uninhibited, now she was stiff. Her heart began to beat in a frantic rhythm. Her palms began to sweat. Don't you have any idea? I was just wondering if I was the person you cared about. There's a reason you confessed your feelings to me. Maybe I was careless at the time, but I don't blame myself for that. You realize it was the age you were at, and in fact you looked very small to me. So I thought, why don't you and I start dating? See if it could work out. It's just, I haven't really had much of a personal life over the years. Honestly, I don't even know why. Most of the girls were easygoing and pretty stupid. Over the years, I've realized that those are not the qualities I'm attracted to in the opposite sex. And you, as I recall, are a very intelligent and well-read girl. Caroline stood in a stupor and just couldn't believe her ears. After all these years, Michael had noticed her and asked her out. At the same time, he didn't talk about any of his impossibly big feelings. It was a shame that he assumed they could have been a good match. She wished he would be speechless at the sight of her. Why are you looking at me like that? Michael asked, smiling broadly. Look, but we're adults. I promise I won't hit on you. Let's give it a try. What if we really do make it work? Now, I could ask myself the basic question of whether you like me. But I know it's going to stump you, and you won't be able to answer it because you don't think there's a right answer. If you answer in the negative, then you're lying to me. And if you answer in the affirmative, it could mean you're horny for me. Well, right? Michael was right about everything. In fact, if he had asked that question, Caroline wouldn't have been able to answer it. Two opposing feelings were battling inside her. On the one hand, it was the all-encompassing love that had made her refuse to meet and date men all these years. And on the other hand, it was the resentment of the same girl who in the 8th grade saw her lover in the arms of another. In addition, Caroline noticed that the young man's conceit was quite overstated. It made her want to put him down a little, but she loved him so much that she agreed to his proposal. And it had really worked out. Michael and Caroline started seeing each other every day. They walked in parks, went to cafes, to cinemas, The girl felt really happy and thanked God that he brought them together again. Caroline was a rather mature, pragmatic girl, so she did not put big bets on this relationship. It seemed to her that they wouldn't last more than a few months. She had prepared herself in advance for a negative outcome, but despite all this, she enjoyed the time they spent together. Caroline's assumptions were not confirmed. No one realized what Michael and Caroline could possibly have in common. But despite this, they loved and enjoyed each other against all odds. The girl was very jealous of her lover, since so many girls in the institute looked at him. Michael was a little amused by such a reaction of his girlfriend. He was not going to cheat on her, and she realized it herself. Caroline could not charge Michael with anything, but she was not averse to pulling out the hair of her rivals. The young man very beautifully courted his girlfriend, gave a variety of gifts, arranged surprises. Before that, he lived by the principle that a woman loves ears, so he very often told his beloved compliments. Caroline seemed to melt from his words. To tell the truth, she was ready to give herself to him from the very first day of their relationship. However, the first intimacy happened 6 months later. It was the most unforgettable night for Caroline. Michael turned out to be a very tender and sensual lover. To a large extent, he cared not about his own pleasure, but about the pleasure of his partner. Then Caroline thought that such a night would never happen again. However, she was wrong. Michael loved her just as much, and sometimes even hotter than the first time. More than anything, Caroline wanted to tell someone about it, but she regretted that all this time she had never been able to make any real friends. Emma still continued to be her only support and encouragement. Although she lived in another city, the girl had to live alone with her feelings and emotions, although she wanted to shout to the whole world about her happiness and love. After graduation, Michael went to work in a famous office programmer. At the start, he received a little, but every year his income became more and more. When he already realized that he could provide not only for himself, but also for his family, he proposed to Caroline to move in together. The girl immediately agreed. Although inside her lurked fear, she was afraid to a greater extent. She was not afraid of a common life, and that the joint life will make her miss her studies. Michael was very persuasive and promised that he would help her with all the household chores. He kept his promise. After work, he came home and did not scold his wife if the food was not ready, was always ready to help to wash dishes, take out the rubbish, sweep up. On the one hand, it seems that these are so simple tasks that take up little time, but however, sometimes Caroline had neither time nor energy for them. During the last days of her studies, Caroline spent more and more time in the library. She had a thesis to write, but the atmosphere at home made it hard for her to concentrate. Sometimes she forgot about the time and only came to her senses when the staff told her that the library would be closing soon. Then she would run out of the building and find Michael standing there waiting for her. "When I got home from work and realized you weren't here yet, I came straight here," he said with a smile. "Somehow I guessed you were here. Please forgive me. I got so caught up in my thesis that I lost track of time," Caroline said with a guilty look. "Baby, you have nothing to apologize for. I've been through this phase before, and I know how important it is to write a good thesis," Michael replied. "I give you complete freedom. Use as much time as you need. This period won't last forever. We'll manage." Michael spoke softly in his beloved's ear, hugging her tightly. The day of the thesis defense was approaching inexorably fast. Caroline's nerves were failing and she began to take sedatives. However, each day they helped less and less. When the day came to hand in the diploma, she was completely disintegrated. From early morning, Michael tried to cheer her up and promised that in the evening of the same day she would have a big surprise. "You won't pass, sweetheart. You can't fail. You wrote this paper yourself and you'll have no trouble answering all the extra questions. Just believe in yourself. Imagine all the hard work you've done. You can't just give up. What's more, you said yourself that you don't care about the grade you get. So why do you care? You can't get out with a certificate. That can only happen if you keep your mouth shut and don't say a word." Come on, wake up, I've got to go to work. I was going to ask you to leave for today, but I decided that I won't distract you from your diploma. So I just want you to call me when it's over. Okay, of course, you're my nearest and dearest. I love you. Have a good day, honey. Caroline said with tenderness in her voice and hugged her beloved. When Caroline came to the institute, she was horrified to find out that she would be the first to defend her thesis. After this information, her stomach immediately cramped and nausea set in. How to calm her anxiety, she had no idea. She had already taken 2 pills of sedatives up to this point. She was afraid to increase the dosage, as she might overdose. The girl could swear on everything she had, but she absolutely did not remember the moment when she defended her diploma. Everything was like a blur. The members of the examination committee asked Caroline a few additional questions, which she successfully answered. Now she had to wait for all her classmates to speak and find out her grade. Even though she didn't remember her performance at all, her excitement was gone. She didn't worry about anything anymore. She was only interested in what surprise Michael would give her this evening. About 2 hours later, Caroline learned that she had received an excellent grade for her thesis defense. She was overjoyed. She immediately dialed her lover and shared this wonderful news. You see, baby, I told you everything would be fine. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. Do you realize you're about to start a new phase of your life? It's going to be a real adult life. I was worried about you. Let's make an appointment, Michael said. After that, he told Caroline that he would wait for her right after his work in one of the shopping centers. The girl assumed that this way they would celebrate her graduation from university. Perhaps they would go shopping, or maybe they would go to some restaurant. And Caroline did not know how to dress properly, so she chose something more solemn. Finished with her makeup, she immediately hailed a taxi to go to the meeting place. As she pulled up, Caroline noticed Michael standing at the entrance with a bouquet of flowers. They were her favorite daisies. The girl adored the wildflowers, their fragrance that filled the whole room, and how long they stood in the vase. The young man gave his beloved a bouquet, hugged and kissed her tenderly. You look just amazing. How did you know that I would invite you to the restaurant? Michael asked. Are we going to a restaurant? Caroline asked with feigned surprise. Of course, I couldn't leave my favorite girl without a party. It's your day, and it's all about you, Michael replied. The young people headed to the shopping center and went to one of the best restaurants in the city. It was located on the top floor. The distinctive feature was the panoramic roof. It was especially beautiful here at dark, with stars peering out and winking from every direction. Caroline especially liked the fact that the restaurant had a lot of live plants, while most of the competitors used only artificial ones. It gave a special cozy atmosphere. After a delicious dinner, Michael asked the waiter to bring dessert. Caroline objected, talking about the fact that not a single gram of food would fit into her anymore. However, the young man was very persistent. The girl gave in and ordered her favorite tiramisu. When the waiter brought their order, Caroline told Michael about something carefree and did not notice anything around her. As soon as she remembered the dessert, she immediately picked up the spoon to break off a piece and put it in her mouth. However, her hand froze a few centimeters away from the plate. In the center of the dessert, in a turret of whipped cream, was a beautiful ring with a large stone. Michael wanted to wait for any reaction from her, however, she was afraid to even move. The young man noticed the coming tears in her eyes and immediately got off his seat and got down on his knee. My sweet and dear Caroline, we have been together for a long time. I am grateful to fate for bringing us together all these years. My only regret is that back then, when you were 14 years old, I didn't believe your words when you spoke of your feelings for me. I am so sorry that we lost so many years. I'll be honest, I was purposely waiting for that moment when you graduated from the institute. Now I want to ask you one thing. Will you marry me? Yes, of course, yes. exclaimed Caroline to the whole restaurant and jumped up to hug her husband. All around, all the customers applauded, began whistling, congratulating the young couple. "You are the man of my life. I fell in love with you as a little girl and I continue to love you. Only my love grows stronger every day. I love you, my good man," replied Caroline. "You see how it turned out. A few years ago you didn't want to start dating me. I remember. Somehow you doubted that our relationship would last. Somehow I was already convinced that we'd be together forever." It was the second happiest day of Caroline's life. We decided not to postpone the wedding, and the next day we went to the registry office and filed an application. The date of marriage registration was set in a month. This suited the young people, as they did not want a lavish celebration. To Caroline's surprise, even after the wedding, their relationship had not changed at all. They were still as close and loved each other. The newlyweds always indulged in love at the first opportunity. When Caroline told her friend Emma about it, she expected her friend to be happy for them. However, Emma always asked some uncomfortable questions and demanded answers. "How can you talk so excitedly about sex with your husband when you haven't tried it with anyone else? Tell me, don't you just feel bad that you married your first man? I, for one, could never do that. You should have found another man after he proposed to you. You have to compare the two, you know." Caroline was very hurt by such words. She didn't understand her friend's consumerist attitude towards men. The girl was completely satisfied with their intimate life with her husband. How can you have sex with someone else if you love and want only one, she thought. What pleased her most was the fact that Michael always proved to be unresponsive. He was only too happy to be in bed with his favorite woman. So Michael and Caroline lived for 3 years. And after that, in the life of a young man, there was a tragedy that changed his life completely. One of the days on his phone received a call. When Michael answered it, his face immediately contorted with a grimace of grief. Caroline stared at him without taking her eyes off him. At that moment, she still didn't understand what had happened and couldn't help him properly. The young man continued to hold the phone to his ear, and tears welled up in his eyes at that moment. His jaw was clenched, and it showed that he was trying his best to fight all his emotions. If Caroline hadn't been there, he probably would have slumped to the floor like a 5-year-old, but he wasn't used to showing weakness, especially in front of the woman he loved, and he couldn't fight his emotions. "Michael, what's wrong? Who called you? Are you nervous?" Caroline asked. She had no idea what could cause her husband such emotions. The hospital called. Grandma's dead. The phone fell out of Michael's hands and shattered. When he said out loud what he had heard, he couldn't contain his emotions, and he cried. Caroline didn't know much about Michael's relatives, but she had heard about his grandmother. That woman had replaced both his parents and his friends. While still in school, they often saw each other. However, after entering the institute, meetings became much less frequent. But despite this, Michael called his beloved grandmother every 2 days, asking how she was doing, whether she needed any help. Just a few months ago, he went to her to help with the city, since she at her age was no longer coping. The girl was indignant that such a misfortune had befallen a loved one of her favorite man. Recently, the grandmother did not complain about her health, only saying that it was already much harder for her to carry buckets and dig beds. No one paid much attention to that, because at her age it was already a good thing that she was getting around on her own. Caroline wanted to ask Michael as many questions as she could to understand fully what had happened. However, she couldn't find the right words. She waited patiently for her husband to come to his senses so that he could tell her everything himself. The hospital called. My grandmother had been hit by a lorry, Michael began to say after he had calmed down. They tried to save her, but they couldn't. It turned out that the only shop in their village had closed, and she had gone to a neighboring one to buy groceries. As she was crossing the motorway, she didn't see the moving lorry. "God, I'm in so much pain. I don't understand how all this could have happened," Michael said as he relived the tragedy. She lived to her years. She felt normal. Yes, she got weaker, but that's normal for her age. How could such a ridiculous accident, take the life of a beautiful person? I'm alone now. What are you talking about? Why are you alone? Caroline tried to reassure her beloved husband. At least you have me, and at most you have your beloved. You've got your friends, your parents. Yeah, I've got you, I guess, and all my friends one day and gone the next. My parents never needed me. They gave me to my grandmother from the day I was born. She was the only person on this planet whom I loved with all my heart and soul, and was grateful for everything she did for me. I don't know how to move on. Pain settled in Caroline's soul. The feeling was brought on by Michael's words. She was hurt because he was talking about how Grandma was the only person he loved and was grateful to. Didn't she deserve the same words for herself? Caroline silently tried to reassure her spouse as she inwardly nurtured all these questions that were popping up in her head. She had done a lot for them too. She too had tried and loved him with all her heart and soul over the years. The girl realized that this jealousy was unfounded. One should never be jealous of one's loved one's relatives, much less the dead. She hoped that Michael would need at most a few weeks to come to his senses and return to his former state. She tried not to bring up topics that would make her spouse feel heartache again. Michael tried to keep his cool, too. He didn't want to show his wife the weakness that overcame him. Every day he tried to put on a smile and make himself look carefree. And perhaps he was even succeeding. However, inside he was burning resentment at this imperfect world. To others, their couple had not changed in any way. They still looked loving and happy. And only the sadness in Michael's eyes gave away his real state. Caroline was also glad that her beloved husband was slowly returning to his old life. And everything seemed to be the same as before. However, the girl noticed that there had been no intimacy between them for a long time. After this realization, Caroline wanted to meet her husband after work as usual in beautiful lace lingerie and a silk dressing gown, but after a little thought, she decided that it would be inappropriate. If at this point Michael had a desire to make love to his wife, he would have had it long ago. However, he was being passive, and then Caroline decided not to touch him for the 40 days that are set aside for mourning. When that period had passed, nothing had changed. Everything remained the same. Michael lived a monotonous life. He came to work, completed his tasks, and went home. At home, there was a delicious and hot dinner waiting for him, after which he and Caroline would fall on the sofa and they would watch TV. And it was always like that. Caroline was getting nervous that she couldn't get what she wanted from her beloved Michael. She had become much more affectionate in her grooming of her spouse, wagging her tail like a sly fox. But except for his kind, sweet smile, she received nothing. Because of the lack of intimacy, the girl began to think that Michael had a mistress. Michael was much harder than it seemed. The fact is that immediately after receiving the news of his grandmother's death, he began to notice various changes in his body. His appetite decreased many times over. There were days when he ate nothing at all, because his stomach did not want to take it. Periodically, those around him noticed that his eye was twitching. From the look of it, many people thought he was nervous. Although he was in a calm state, his hands would also shake periodically, as in Parkinson's disease. But there was another problem that bothered Michael the most. It was that he had stopped wanting his wife. No, he would have phrased the problem differently. He had stopped wanting any kind of intimacy with women. His body did not react in any way to the beautiful curves of Caroline's body, which used to be so desirable that he could not contain himself. What frightened the young man was what he realized Caroline was waiting for him to act. One had to be a fool not to realize that the girl did not undertake any manipulation, just because of the fact that there was grief in the family of her beloved. She waited as long as she needed to. And all the while, Michael hoped that his body would start working again like it used to. However, the days passed inexorably fast, but nothing changed. The young man realized that Caroline's patience was not infinite. Sooner or later, she would have the conversation he wanted to avoid. That's when Michael got the idea to see a doctor. He didn't like going to the doctor, even when he was really sick. Right now, he didn't feel at all like telling a stranger about his problems, even though he might be able to help. It was too intimate for Michael, but he couldn't find any other way out. When Michael entered the doctor's office, he began to absent-mindedly shuffle from foot to foot. The doctor was used to this reaction of men, so he calmly invited him to sit down. "You understand, if you keep quiet, I won't be able to help you," the doctor spoke after several minutes of Michael's silence. He understood how difficult it was for all these men to talk about problems. However, the appointment was on time and the queue could not be delayed. Michael took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and blurted it out. He realized that his lack of desire was entirely due to the stress he had received. That's why he immediately spoke about the situation. As he talked, he sat with his eyes closed the whole time, ashamed to open them and look at the doctor. "Michael, listen to what I can tell you," the doctor began to speak after he had gathered the history. "I don't think you need to worry about your situation, as this reaction of the body to stress is considered quite normal. You know, I used to think so too, but it's been quite some time now. The functions haven't all returned. If this had happened a week ago, I wouldn't be sitting here today. I think the problem is more serious than you're describing." Michael began to object to the doctor's words. No, I assure you, you don't have to worry about anything. Most people tend to think that these reactions should resolve themselves within a week or two. But there are cases where the dysfunction can persist for months, or even years, the doctor said. "I am a married man, and I understand your situation and your worries. The only thing I can advise you at the moment is to take special pills before sexual intercourse. But these same drugs are not a cure. They were created by scientists for old people." "I'm still 30 years old," Michael objected. "No. And you're suggesting that I fulfill my marital duty with these pills? I'm beginning to question your qualifications." Michael was getting nervous because this was not the help he had hoped for. "Believe me, if I wasn't qualified, I wouldn't be here," the doctor said. "If you want to speed up the recovery process, you should also take a course of anti-anxiety medication. If you have not regained function after such a time, it means that inside you are still experiencing the loss of your loved one. This is normal, but sometimes it crosses all boundaries of reason." The doctor wrote Michael a prescription. "Now, these are the pills you'll need to buy at the pharmacy. The last ones on the list will help you feel like a real man in bed with your wife." Michael snatched the prescription from the doctor's hands, did not say goodbye, and quickly left the office. This was not the kind of help he had hoped for. Walking to the nearest public garden, the man took out his phone and went online. He was convinced that he could do himself more good by self-medication than by these pills prescribed by the doctor. On one of the internet pages, Michael saw an advertisement for a special dietary supplement for male strength, relatively inexpensive, and from the reviews it was clear that it is completely safe and cannot harm the body, as it contains only natural components. For Michael, this drug turned out to be a real salvation. He was sure that after it, immediately all functions would be restored. Therefore, he immediately placed an order. Now it was only necessary to wait. Managers warned Michael that the dietary supplement would be delivered within a week. The man did not think that the delivery would take so long, so he began to worry. All this time, Caroline had been hanging around him like a fox. He didn't know how to get away from her. Michael came up with various excuses, in the truthfulness of which sometimes he himself did not believe. His nerves were on edge, and at that moment Michael decided to use his doctor's prescription to buy anti-anxiety medication. He did this furtively from his wife, so that she did not think that he had any problems, as the young man constantly pretended that his life was fine. He had completely forgotten about this tragedy, which happened less than 2 months ago. The effect of the pills that were prescribed by the doctor did not take long. Already that evening, Michael felt much calmer. The worries caught up with him at the moment when Caroline flirted with him. Sometimes he wanted to sit in front of his wife and tell her everything. Would she understand? Wouldn't she turn away? He wasn't sure of an affirmative answer to those questions. So he decided to continue his tactic of complete silence. All this time, Caroline was going crazy, as she didn't understand what was happening. Sometimes her worries grew to such an extent that she began to follow her husband, that he was late at work, and that's why the girl had thoughts that he was cheating on her. But however, after several checks, she still came to the conclusion that he is completely loyal and faithful to her. But that did not explain that he had lost interest in his woman. She promised herself to find some explanation that would satisfy her interest and worries. The girl didn't like playing detective, but periodically she still continued to pick up Michael's phone to look at his correspondences. She supposed that the mistress didn't necessarily have to be from his work. Perhaps a woman from another city altogether. Each time the phone ended up in her hands, she found nothing. When Michael entered the room at those moments, Caroline felt very embarrassed. Caroline had often read in women's magazines and forums that when there was a rift in a family, the spouses would sit down across from each other and talk frankly. She had pictured this picture in her head several times. She could have asked Michael to sit down at the negotiating table, but this conversation had to start somewhere. Every time she broached the subject, the man would get nervous and walk away. How do you get him to sit, listen, much less answer questions? At some point, the girl thought about asking her husband to see a marriage counselor. In their relationship, there were no quarrels and scolding. They also continued to love each other. Caroline felt like a real woman, loved, happy, received gifts from her husband. However, the lack of attention and desire killed everything in this background. And maybe it was the psychologist who would help pull out of Michael the emotions he was hiding from her. "Michael, we need to talk to you," Caroline spoke softly as she entered the room where Michael lay watching television. "What's wrong, honey? You look worried, honey. Every time I try to talk to you about something, you always get nervous and walk away. I don't know how to approach you. I feel like you're not in love with me anymore. Or there's someone else. If you can't tell me all this, then maybe we can go to a family counselor," Caroline said timidly. "What family counselor, Caroline? Are you out of your mind? How could you even think that I had someone? That I've fallen out of love with you? I don't kiss you, I don't hug you, I don't give you gifts. I'm affectionate and gentle enough with you. I go home after work all the time. Can you please explain when I can cheat on you if I'm either working or with you? But you sometimes stay late at work, don't you?" "Yes, I sometimes stay late at work. Is that a sin? You know that I have always tried to earn as much money as possible for our family so that you stay at home doing your favorite things. Is that wrong? I'll be honest with you, if you keep having these conversations with me, then even a marriage counselor won't be able to help us. I understand men now more than anyone when they talk about their wives bothering them. Why do you talk to me like that? Why are you talking to me like that? Have I ever said anything bad about our family? I just want us to be okay. You're pretending like nothing happened, but I know how hard it must be for you. Yeah, from the outside looking in, we're fine. But I'm not looking from the outside. I'm in this family and I know there's a rift. I've tried to talk to you for the 1000th time, but I keep getting silence. I'm glad I can get some emotion out of you now. Even if it's anger, at least I realize that it's all pissing you off too. You care about what's between us. I can tell. But I don't understand why you're not doing anything about it. If it's really as you say and you don't have anyone on the side, I don't want to talk to you like this. You're forcing me to. If you know I'm hurt, why do you keep touching it? Can't you just wait? Any wound, whether it's on your body or your soul, takes time to heal. But if you keep poking it, it takes longer. I'm not stupid. I understand what's bothering you about our relationship. And since you wanted to talk to me, here you go. Can you give me just a little more time? I can't tell you how much. I realize that time is the most precious thing in our lives. But if you're not willing to give it to me, then we should break up. So you're telling me to get a divorce? So all that love you've been saying is a lie? God, how stupid I was to believe you. When I confessed my feelings to you when I was 14, I should have realized what kind of man you are. Jesus, what are you talking about? I'm only asking for a little time, Michael replied. Everything I've told you is true, but right now there's a chasm between us. Do you refuse to hear me? Michael asked, losing his temper. How many times are you going to remind me that I didn't take a little girl's words seriously back then? Caroline looked at him with her blue eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks, blurring her mascara and eyeliner. A lump stood in her throat, preventing her from saying a word. She realized she'd gotten what she wanted. The conversation had happened, and she'd heard the words she'd dreamed of hearing. She was glad, however, that she had brought out his true emotions. His words were so sharp that they pierced her heart. Finding no more strength, Caroline turned around and ran out of the flat. Once outside, she didn't know where to go. Usually when she felt sick, she ran to Michael's house. Ignoring the people around her and her appearance, around the corner she saw the beautiful golden domes of a newly built church and was pulled there by an invisible force. Caroline had never been to church before and didn't know what to do, where to go, or where to put candles. But she headed there anyway. She had seen people baptized 3 times at the entrance to the church and decided to do the same. As she crossed the threshold, a woman stopped her. Honey, you can't do that. You have to cover your head. But I don't have anything. I didn't mean to come. I just felt the urge, Caroline said, barely audible. The woman nodded as if she understood. She knew how an unknown force led people to church to ask for help or to thank God. The woman went behind a small counter, pulled a headscarf from there, and held it out to Caroline. The girl tied it on her head and approached the icon. Lord, please help me to make things right with our family again. I love him more than life, and I don't know how to live without him. Help him to heal his wounds. It's too hard for him, and he can't do it on his own. I'd like to offer him my help, but I don't know how. He might refuse. Today was the first time we fought in years. I never thought it would be over something so petty. Although, to be honest, it's hardly nothing. There's just so much going on. I don't think we can do it without you. Please help me. I want to be happy and loved again. After standing for a moment, Caroline headed for the exit. She stopped beside the woman to hand over the headscarf, but the woman waved her hand, signaling that Caroline could keep it. She was grateful for the help, so she took out some cash and dropped it into the special donation box at the church. Caroline still didn't know where she should go, so she decided to head wherever her eyes took her. At this time, Michael was going crazy and wasn't himself for allowing the argument to happen. Yes, he and Caroline had been difficult at times, but they had always found a way out. And now she'd run away. He had no idea where to look for her because she'd left her phone at home. Michael thought the best option was to stay home. If he went outside to look for her, they might go in different directions and get lost. At that moment, Michael's phone rang with a courier who had brought him a parcel of supplements. If he had received this parcel at another time, he would have been happy. But now he didn't care about this drug, because he had a more serious problem in front of him, fixing his relationship with his wife. Michael left the small box in the hallway and went into the living room. Meanwhile, Caroline continued walking down the street. Her lack of outerwear had left her so cold that her fingers and toes were numb. She had no choice but to return home. Most of all, the girl hoped that Michael had come to his senses and would not be hysterical anymore. For the sake of their peace of mind, she was ready not to start such conversations, but just to wait. When she reached the front door of the flat, Caroline stopped and exhaled. She looked up as if to God. Please let her calm down, she whispered under her breath. As she entered the hallway, Michael's hurried footsteps were heard. Seeing his wife on the threshold, the man exhaled with relief, rushed to her and hugged her tightly. His worries were so strong that he could not let her out of his embrace. They stood like that for several minutes without saying a word. Caroline, honey, I'm so sorry, please. I don't know what came over me. I mean, I know, but I couldn't control my emotions. I'm going through the same thing you are. I'd really like things to get better. But I went to the doctor, and he said it takes time. I apologize too, Michael. I realize that sometimes I overreact. I've tried to talk to you so many times. It's hard for me to process all of this inside of me. You said you went to the doctor. Why didn't you tell me anything? Well, maybe because I was ashamed. You didn't think about it. I'm a young man, and I can't do it. Who would brag about that? The doctor said we just have to wait. Caroline and Michael sat on the couch discussing a serious problem. Isn't there any other option? She asked Michael. In his opinion, the only solution was to wait, and if necessary, to take pills that had an immediate effect. Have you taken these pills before? Maybe we could try them? Caroline asked with hope in her voice. No, Caroline. Those pills won't have any effect. You have to be treated for your body to regain function. It's like a ventilator. Your body can't breathe. You're put on a ventilator that does it for you. Taking these pills that the doctor prescribed to me has exactly the same effect on the body. I don't want that. I want to feel like a man again. Love my beautiful woman night after night. Is that too much to ask? Caroline realized that if this conversation didn't end now, they might have a fight. She had made a promise at church that she was willing to give her husband as much time as he needed. Okay, I heard you. I'll wait as long as it takes. Can I just ask you one more question? Thank you, dear. I'm glad we could come to an agreement. Go ahead. There was nothing on the dresser when I left. What's this little box? Where did it come from? When I left the doctor's office, I didn't believe what he said. I started searching the internet to find out the real cause of my condition. But on one of the sites I came across an advert for a male strength supplement. And at that moment, it seemed to me a super attractive offer. So, anyway, I ordered it. It arrived today while you were away. I'm anticipating your next question, so I'm going to answer it right away. No, I'm not going to take it. You see, it's just that it's been so long since the doctor's appointment that I've been able to accept what he said. I'm taking some other pills that I've been prescribed to calm me down. It should speed up the recovery process, Michael said. I heard you. Let me just hide it so it doesn't get in the way. Or maybe we could just throw it away. But why? Maybe we could give it to one of our friends as a joke. Caroline took the little box and carried it into the kitchen. On the way, she scrutinized it carefully, studying the composition and method of application. Even though Michael didn't want to take any more of it, Caroline decided that she knew better than he did what was best for him. If he didn't want to take care of his health, she would take care of it herself. In her opinion, the supplement could not bring any negative consequences, so there was nothing to be afraid of using it. Opening the bottle, Caroline smelled a pungent herbal odor. The girl thought that it would not be possible to simply add these drops to food. She had to think of something tricky. The best way to do this was flavored tea. She could add the dietary supplement to the drink without Michael noticing. Caroline didn't want to wait for the right moment and decided to act right away. She went to the kitchen cupboard, opened it, and began studying all the teas they had. She needed to find one that had the most pungent odor. She found a mango-flavored tea. Caroline knew that Michael loved a drink with that flavor more than anything else in his life, so the girl needed to make a separate tea for herself. She brewed her favorite bergamot tea in one of the beautiful mugs she had recently bought at the mall. For Michael, on the other hand, she made mango tea in a teapot. She had to be careful not to let her spouse walk in at that moment. Quietly looking around, Caroline pulled out a small vial of herbal drops for male power. As she was measuring the right amount of drops into the kettle, the vial fell out of her hands and she poured about a third of the entire volume of the supplement into the kettle. At first she was afraid that she might overdose, but then she remembered that the drug had a natural composition, which meant that it couldn't do anything bad for a person. Caroline didn't pay much attention to what she had done. She tried to catch the aroma from the drink and realized that she could only smell mango. The girl was satisfied with this result and took the drinks to the living room, where Michael was waiting for her. The young man was a little surprised when he caught the aroma of familiar tea. Caroline hadn't asked him before if he wanted tea. "I decided that after today we needed to calm down," Caroline said with a sweet smile. "So I made our favorite teas. I made bergamot for myself as always, and I picked out a mango one for you. Do you want me to get you something for your tea?" "The only thing I want for tea is for you to be with me right now," Michael said warmly, pouring tea into a mug. Caroline watched him as if mesmerized. She decided that her only mistake had been in not tasting the drink. It might not have smelled different, but the taste might have given away her devious plan. To her delight, Michael hadn't noticed anything. Caroline hoped that a larger dose of the drug would speed up its effects. Periodically she looked at Michael but realized that nothing was working. Then the girl moved to active actions, began stroking and kissing her lover. However, it was obvious that he was not happy about this behavior. Completely desperate, Caroline went to the bedroom to get ready for sleep. Half an hour later, Michael came into the bedroom. He lay down in his seat. Everything was as it always was. It took Michael literally minutes to fall asleep while Caroline twisted around and couldn't find a comfortable position. When she did get comfortable, she couldn't fall asleep. Her head was filled with thoughts that kept her awake. From time to time, she looked at her husband. She loved him with all her heart and soul and wanted everything to return to normal as soon as possible. While Caroline sank into the realm of Morpheus, she dreamed wonderful good dreams. It was times like these that she truly rested in the dream realm. Their relationship with Michael was still good as before. The young man loved his spouse, cared for her, protected her. Caroline dreamed that they were with her husband on a yacht. A light sea breeze, the salty taste of the sea appeared in her mouth. Everything was so beautiful. However, even in her dream, Caroline realized that it would soon be over. Through the dream, she heard that Michael began to cough. When she opened her eyes, she saw that her husband was grabbing his throat, coughing and moaning. It seemed to her that he was still asleep, so she decided to wake him up. As soon as she touched his body, the man opened his eyes abruptly. The whites were completely red, with burst vessels. The coughing was getting worse by the minute. Caroline quickly jumped out of bed and ran to the kitchen to fill a glass of water. When she entered the bedroom, she saw that Michael was already beginning to choke. She sat down next to him, put her arms around him, and held out the glass, but he knocked it out of her hands. As much as Caroline wanted to help him, she realized she couldn't. Then she immediately ran around the flat to find her mobile phone and call an ambulance. There was no way she could help Michael because she didn't understand what was happening to him. She could only hope and trust that the medical team would arrive within minutes. Michael's breathing was getting heavier. With each passing minute, his face began to take on a purplish-blue hue. The panic inside Caroline was beginning to rise. However, at that moment, the intercom rang. It was an ambulance. The paramedics quickly entered the flat and went to Michael's flat. The crew stood in the doorway and watched them examine him. Almost immediately, they said it was a swelling of the larynx that was caused by allergies. Caroline was in shock at this diagnosis, because she and Michael had never noticed any signs of allergies in him before. The paramedic gave him a few shots, and then they loaded the young man into the ambulance and took him to the hospital. Caroline went with them. She could not leave her favorite man alone in such a difficult situation. The young man was immediately taken away. At that moment, a doctor came into the corridor who wanted to talk to Caroline. "Hello, I need to ask you some questions," the doctor asked in a calm voice. "Can you please tell me what your husband is allergic to?" "Good evening. I can't answer that question because nothing like this has ever happened to him before. This is the first time, Caroline said, shifting from foot to foot. Well then, think about it and tell me, what was the most unusual thing you've consumed today? Or maybe you changed a new laundry detergent. The doctor kept asking questions. No, it's the same. I can't tell you that we had any unusual meals. Everything he ate today he's eaten before. All right, what about drinks? Did he drink any alcohol today? You know, sometimes a reaction like that can be triggered by red wine. No, nothing like that. I would have told you about it. Doctor, can you please tell me if he's feeling better? Caroline asked. I can't answer that question with certainty yet, replied the doctor. The thing is that you called the ambulance late enough, so your husband is now in a serious condition. They are giving him hot shots in the treatment room. They're supposed to make him feel much better. If the swelling doesn't go down, then we'll try inhalation. But I've heard many times that inhalation is not to be used because it's addictive, Caroline objected. So you're suggesting I don't use it and wait for your husband to die? Why die right away? You said he should feel better after the injections. Caroline didn't calm down. If the swelling doesn't go down, then maybe we should give him more shots. She'd heard repeatedly that inhalations were addictive. Caroline didn't want her spouse to live a life of dependency. You see, there's a certain dosage that allows for these injections. If we increase it, we could overdose. And then against the background of oedema of the larynx, your husband may develop other symptoms, explained the doctor. And all of this together could hasten his demise. Is that what you're trying to do? How can you think that of me? If I wanted him to die, I wouldn't have called an ambulance, Caroline said indignantly. And why are you acting like this anyway? You're a doctor. You're supposed to calm people down. I say that because you are trying to oppose the use of inhalation, replied the doctor. Yes, I am a doctor, but I should not reassure anyone. I should tell the truth. If I tell you that everything will be fine and your spouse ends up dead, you will blame me. And why would you blame me? Because I spent all this time with my colleagues pulling him out of the woods and I couldn't? Please keep your emotions to yourself and go home. If you want to stay here, shut your mouth and keep quiet. It was not uncommon for a doctor to encounter such patients and their relatives. However, he could not develop immunity to such communication during all the years of his work. After this conversation, the man turned around and went to the treatment room where Michael was. Caroline stayed that way in the corridor. She felt that the doctor was wrong in having the right to talk to her like that. His words had crashed into her ears, and now she was constantly thinking about the fact that the risk of Michael dying was pretty high. The hot shots, as the doctor had suggested, had not helped Michael. In addition, inhalation did not have the desired effect. The doctors decided to transfer the young man to the intensive care unit under IVs. Caroline was horrified by such news. When her husband Michael was taken to the intensive care unit on a gurney, she ran after him. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was not allowed inside. All her attempts were in vain, and she was left in the corridor. It was one of the hardest times for Caroline. She couldn't understand what was causing such an allergic reaction. Their meals were no different than before. She didn't use any new cleaning or laundry products, so all possible causes ran out in her mind. She had once read on the internet that as a person gets older, they can develop allergies to pets. However, there were no pets at their home. The girl did not go home, but kept waiting in the hospital for good news. She was sure that her husband would survive and be with her. She refused in every way to believe in the high risk of a fatal outcome. At first, the doctors and nurses tried to persuade her to go home. However, when they realized it was useless, they passed her by as if she was not there. This attitude made it even harder for Caroline. Throughout her life, doctors had always been angels in white coats to her. However, now she faced a completely different attitude to patients and their relatives. The girl wanted to go to complain to the head doctor, But halfway down the road she stopped and thought that perhaps the medical staff was not obliged to reassure her and give her false hopes. On the second day, Caroline still had not received any news about the improvement of her husband's condition. She continued to push for news and spend the night in the corridor. At some point, the thought crept into her head that perhaps she was to blame for her lover's condition. She remembered the drug she had mistakenly put in his tea. Perhaps that was what had caused such an allergic reaction. Given that the dosage had been exceeded several times over, the likelihood of an allergic reaction was increasing. The feeling of guilt did not leave Caroline throughout Michael's treatment. After a few days, the young man felt better. After a while, he was moved to a regular room. Caroline was overjoyed at this news and couldn't believe that he had managed to recover. Immediately after that, she headed to her lover's room. When she entered the ward, she found that he was not lying there alone. Besides him, there were 5 other men there. It was clear from Michael's face that he did not feel very well, but his eyes showed his true joy for finally seeing his beloved woman. He didn't really fully understand what was happening to him, as he had spent most of the time unconscious. "Caroline, sweetheart, hello. It's really good to see you. Can you tell me what happened to me? I haven't seen a doctor yet today, but the nurses won't tell me anything. I realize I've been unconscious most of the time. You can't imagine the dreams I've had during that time. They were very strange dreams. Walking down some kind of pipe and going through some kind of tunnel. And the interesting thing is, I kept thinking I'd see you when I finished. But it was like I couldn't find you anywhere. Seriously, no matter how hard I looked for you, you were nowhere to be found. I realized even then that this wasn't just a dream, and in theory you should appear. But it's like you just fell into the ground. Oh, it's so good to see you. You have no idea how much I've been worried about you. I've been in the hospital all these days, never went home. I slept in the corridor. The doctors say you had an acute allergic reaction with swelling of the larynx. They asked me a lot of questions about what had changed in our normal life. I told them everything was the same. I don't understand what could have done that, Caroline said in a quiet, loving voice. She was ashamed to admit that it was her fault that her husband had almost died. She decided not to tell him about it. It's strange, I've never had allergies in my entire life. You know, I read on the internet once that you can get allergies as you get older, but it was more about allergies to cats and dogs. We don't have those. Or maybe you were at someone's house that day who has pets. The girl kept lying. Yeah, I wasn't at anyone's house. It's weird. You'll have to take special tests right after you're discharged to get your allergies out. It'll help keep me out of these situations in the future. Michael was on the mend. Caroline still continued to spend the night at the hospital. She was already comfortable leaving him alone, but she couldn't afford to come to their house alone. Everything around her would remind her of the day she had made the fatal mistake. The young man was discharged after about a fortnight. During this time, he had lost a lot of weight because he had special nutrition. This was necessary so as not to cause another seizure. After the youngster returned home, Michael immediately took sick leave from work. He needed some time to recover. Caroline was all over him, trying to please him in every way. Her guilt never left her, but grew every day. She feared more than anything that her beloved husband would find out that it was all her fault. To prevent him from having such thoughts, the girl constantly pampered him with various goodies. Every day they spent all the time together. The first few days they did not leave the house at all, lying on the sofa, watching TV, playing board games. Things went back to normal. Caroline was glad that things were back to normal between them. One day, Michael decided to surprise his beloved and cook breakfast in bed. Returning an hour earlier than his wife, he went to the kitchen. He then wanted to treat Caroline with delicious pancakes and fresh coffee with jam. Michael started exploring the kitchen looking for all the necessary ingredients. He really didn't know very well where everything was, because Caroline didn't let him anywhere near her territory. She thought that a man had no business being in the kitchen if his wife didn't work and was a housewife. When the necessary ingredients for the pancakes were found, the man started cooking. Several times he cursed loudly because the pancakes did not want to separate from the pan at all. He never understood how the cooks were so good at flipping pancakes without even touching them. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. In addition, Michael could not adjust the fire on the cooker. Pancakes burned or did not reach. Despite the failures, Michael still managed to make an impressive stack of pancakes. He thought it was an impossible task, which he managed. Yes, the pancakes were thicker than his wife's, but it was the first time he had ever cooked them. The products were lying on a beautiful plate near the window, and the sunlight was falling on them. At that moment, Michael felt like decorating breakfast. The young man opened one of the cupboards, which he thought should contain all the syrups and additives for desserts. There were indeed a great many bottles there. However, most of the names were either in a foreign language or erased. He felt a little uneasy when he saw a small vial of male strength supplements among all those bottles. He was somehow sure earlier that Caroline had thrown it away because he had asked for it. But despite that, the vial was still standing. And then Michael picked it up and found that a third of the volume inside was gone. He was surprised by this, as he couldn't understand where Caroline could have used the supplement. The initial thought that popped into his head was that his spouse had a lover. That thought left as quickly as it came to Michael. The young man thought that if it were true, Caroline wouldn't complain about the lack of intimacy. Michael stashed the vial in his pocket so he could ask his wife questions after breakfast and then started brewing coffee. When everything was ready, he loaded the pancakes and 2 cups of coffee onto a special tray and carried them into the bedroom. When he opened the door, he found Caroline still asleep. He thought about the fact that the girl must have been very tired during all those weeks living in the hospital. She, unlike the patients, was not provided with a separate bed and had to sleep either sitting up or curled up on the narrow benches. It was obvious from her face that she was enjoying her sleep. Michael noted how beautiful she was, so much so that he didn't want to wake her. Despite this, however, the young man walked over to the bed, placed the tray on the bedside table, and leaned over to his beloved. Hugging her tightly, he began to whisper affectionate words in her ear. It wasn't clear whether Caroline was awake or not. However, the corners of her lips lifted up slightly, creating a beautiful smile. When Caroline woke up, opening her eyes, she saw her husband. Her lips stretched in a wide smile. She moved slightly so Michael could lie down next to her. The young man could not resist such an offer, so he immediately gave in to the entreaties. The girl enclosed her lover in an embrace and reached for him with her plump lips. The man did not leave Caroline without a morning portion of caresses and began to reciprocate. At some point, Michael realized that Caroline wanted more from him. However, he wasn't ready for that yet. It was at that moment that he decided to stop her and tell her what he had made for breakfast. "I made the pancakes myself," Michael said. "I can't believe it. In all these years, you've never made me anything. How did you do that?" Caroline asked excitedly. "Well, of course I've never cooked before. You never let me go anywhere. Remember, I've tried to make us dinner or lunch many times, and you've always said I'll do it myself, and I've loved cooking since I was a kid. But for some reason, you clung to that kitchen and you weren't ready to give it to someone else. To be honest, sometimes it was so frustrating that it seemed to me that I was not your favorite person at all, but some stranger." "Why do you say that? On the contrary, I always wanted to take care of you. You'd come home from work tired, you had a lot of big orders, after which I realized that you didn't want to do anything, and you'd rush into the kitchen to make dinner. How could I let that happen? I'm a housewife, so I have to do everything myself. It's precisely because cooking calms me down. I'm chopping something up, slow cooking on the cooker. With each clatter of the knife against the board, it's as if the anger is released and the fatigue goes away. I didn't understand what you wanted, what was best. I tried to tell you that it wasn't hard for me, but you wouldn't hear me. For some reason you got it into your head that I was tired, and therefore I should lie on the sofa." For a few more minutes, the young people argued among themselves about who should cook. Despite the fact that Caroline was completely against Michael going near her kitchen, she did tell him that she would give him her space a few times a month to make them happy with a delicious meal. After that, the young ones proceeded to breakfast. When Caroline put the pancake her husband had prepared into her mouth, she melted with pleasure. It was so soft and buttery that she didn't need to chew it at all. It melted in her mouth. When she decided to drink it with coffee, she mixed up the mugs. She never drank hot drinks with sugar, because she thought that sweeteners spoilt the flavor of the drink. So when she took a sip from Michael's mug, she immediately blinked as if she had eaten a slice of lemon. At that moment, Michael laughed. It seemed to Caroline that this was one of the best days of her life. In her opinion, she and Michael had never been able to spend so much time together. They were devoted to each other. When breakfast was over, Michael decided to ask his beloved a few questions. "Sweetheart," he said, "I realize this isn't a good time, but you know I can't wait until tonight or tomorrow." "What's wrong?" Caroline sounded worried. She immediately began to go over in her head the points at which Michael could be having a serious conversation. However, nothing had happened recently. "You see, I was making breakfast today, and I didn't know where all the groceries were," Michael explained. "So I must have searched all the cupboards. And when I opened the cupboard where the syrup should be, I saw this." He handed Caroline a small vial of the male enhancement product. "I noticed that there's about a third of it missing," Michael continued. "You may not want to talk about it, but I can't live with the idea that you're somehow taking this stuff. First of all, I'm curious. And secondly, I'm worried." "I don't know," Caroline replied. "Maybe the lid was loose, and it was spilling out. I didn't touch it. When you told me to put it away, I put it in the cabinet." Caroline couldn't stop twiddling her fingers and biting her lower lip. She realized her spouse could see her anxiety and panic, but despite that, she continued to lie to him so he wouldn't know the truth. "But I can see that you're not telling me something," Michael said. "Tell me honestly, do you have a lover?" "That's the only explanation I can think of. I would never have thought you could have someone on the side. But with the way things have been going lately, I can understand that. So I'm asking you to be honest with me." "What lover?" Caroline exclaimed. "Are you out of your mind? That's why I've been hitting on you every night. Do you have an ounce of conscience? No one could ever love you as much as I do. There's never been another man in my life but you. When you and I got married, all my friends told me I was doing it for nothing. They said I didn't try other men, and then I'd go out with other men. But I don't want other men. I just want you, you know." "Okay. I'm sorry," Michael said. "I didn't think it would hurt you that much," Michael said. "I just asked the question with the first thought that came into my head. Then I thought it couldn't be, but I decided to make sure I was right anyway. Then tell me, where did the drug go? You couldn't have taken it yourself." "I couldn't. That's why you drank it," Caroline said with a serious face. "Why are you looking at me like that? What am I, your enemy? I'll tell you how it happened. But if you start getting angry like you always do, I'll just turn around and walk away. Do you understand?" At that moment, Michael nodded his head slightly. "It's because we don't have a sex life," Caroline continued. "I completely understand that you're stressed, but I don't like the fact that you're not doing anything about it. You've had a doctor prescribe pills and you refused them because it was beneath your dignity. And you only thought of yourself then. Who's going to think about me? When I came home and saw that bottle, I didn't realize what it was. But when you told me it was special for male strength, I was glad in my heart. I thought, well, at least you're going to do something about it now, right? I was wrong. And this time you told me to just throw the bottle away because you changed your mind. You didn't try it and you changed your mind. And I decided that this time I would think for you." Michael listened to his wife with his mouth open. He couldn't believe that she could do such a thing. After all, this is not just some joke. Although the drug is safe, it still has contraindications. How can you put someone on medication without consulting a doctor? And I thought I decided that you should take the drug, Caroline said. I was making your favorite mango tea and I wanted to measure out a few drops of the drug, but it fell out and a large amount spilled out. I was hesitating whether to carry it or not. Then I looked at the packaging, read that it was all natural, and decided that it wouldn't do any harm. And yes, Michael, it's my fault you spent a lot of time in intensive care. I'm the reason you got allergies. Tears began to pool in Caroline's eyes and she began to sob. I wanted what was best for you. You know, I'm tired. Okay, we don't have intimacy, but you don't even hug me or kiss me. It's so rare. It always makes me want to cry. I didn't think it would be like this. You never told me you had any allergies. And these are pretty popular, common ingredients. You can't be allergic to ginger. You love ginger biscuits. You think all the days I spent in the hospital with you. I didn't think about it. Caroline said. My guilt always haunted me. I cried. I prayed to God that you'd come out of it. I didn't want to tell you right away that it was my fault. I thought I'd tell you later when you'd recovered. But today you wanted to make these pancakes for some reason. Caroline started to get hysterical. Michael could not look at her in such a state, so he immediately rushed to his beloved and put her in a tight embrace. He understood where the drug had gone and realized that she hadn't done it out of spite. She wanted love and harmony to be restored to their family. It was partly his fault, too. He kept hugging her, kissing her, whispering affectionate words in her ear. When the girl calmed down a little, he told her that he held no grudge against her. He promised that he would go to another doctor who would help him prescribe a new treatment. Michael kept all his promises, and within 3 months their lives were back on track. Caroline felt elated again. Every day she thanked God that she and Michael had made it through this difficult time in their lives. When the man entered the room, the young nanny of his children bent down to pick up the toys. D4. Usually Mia made decisions quickly. Life just didn't give her any other options. But at the end of spring, she did have to reflect. For most of her life, Mia had worked for the owners. It used to be called a housekeeper. Today it's called a maid. In her long career, though, Mia had grown up to be a housekeeper. And now Mrs. Ann herself had suggested that her only daughter Chloe work for her in the summer, looking after the children. Mia knew if she mentioned it at home, her daughter would jump at the offer. Chloe loved babies, much more than her peers who had siblings. Chloe grew up as an only child. Many times she told her mother that she wished she had a sister. It's more fun to be sick together, Mummy, she explained when she was little. You always make me swallow candied honey when I have a cold. It's so sticky and it hurts my throat. And if I had a sister, would we make faces or grimaces when you gave us those nasty yellow lumps? We'd make fun of the faces we made, and we'd breathe on the smoking potatoes together under a blanket. And then we'd eat those potatoes with butter and tell each other scary stories late into the night, lying in bed. Chloe never reproached her mother. She just dreamed aloud how nice it would be if she had a sister. But Mia still felt guilty. She went to work early and came back late, and so tired that she no longer had the energy for a normal evening life like other people. Chloe felt sorry for her mother and learned early to do housework. When she came back from school, she would have been able to run around to her girlfriends instead of homework. But having finished with her lessons, she would take care of the household, prepare dinner for her mother's arrival, start the laundry. Dust didn't linger on the shelves, and it was so pleasant to walk barefoot on clean and damp floors. If there was one thing that made her acquaintances jealous when it came to Mia, it was her daughter. A beautiful girl, she studies well and does everything in the house for the mistress, while her peers paint their nails. Chloe bakes pies, But Mia realized that her daughter's vocation is not a vocation at all, but a conscience. Chloe loves her mother. There's only two of them left in the world. That's why when Chloe wants the same things as other girls, the same nails, the same music in the headphones, the same parties at friends, she remembers that her mother gives her best at work, so at least at home she should be freed from doing things. And Chloe knows how hard every dollar is given to her mother, and she doesn't ask for anything. On the contrary, happy to work if there is an opportunity to bring the family an extra penny. And Mia denies her daughter that income. A sharp knife, because they are only two left in the world and do not want that by 30 years. Chloe faded, so that not to look at the stars and on the toilet bowl, which must be cleaned to a mirror shine. So Mia was thinking about whether to offer her daughter a job for 3 summer months or to tell Mrs. Ann at once not to count on Chloe. Mia herself once had no choice. She also grew up with her mother in the same wooden house on the outskirts of the city of Los Angeles, not even on the outskirts in the green zone, where at that time there was only a forest, 2 factory prophylactics, and a hospital for tuberculosis patients. There the patients were isolated from society and were fed a fermented drink made from cow's milk and poured into bottles exactly like those given to children in milk kitchens. There were also about 15 cottages, more rustic than urban. They were inhabited by those who worked in the prophylactic centers and in the hospital. They had a hard time because all they enjoyed was fresh forest air and work nearby. And they had to get to shops and everything else by bus, which ran once an hour. Less often it was possible, but not more often. But when those times were over, these places became a tidbit for the new rich. Wooden houses were bought up, the forest around them was cut down, and mansions began to grow here, one higher and more beautiful than the other. First her mother, and then Mia herself were offered to buy their house. And the buyers were very different. Some of them persistently persuaded the owners. Others kept such a tone that one had to fear refuse them, and at night your house will set fire to your house. After all, the buyers were not interested in a simple house with 3 windows, but in land, the land of the national park, a plot surrounded by a pine forest, a stone's throw from the river. And then my mother fell ill, got seriously ill, and never got up again. And she said to her daughter, "I want to die in my house down to the last plank, down to the last blade of grass. Men don't have that sentimentality, they only twist their fingers. Come on, Grandma, let's move to a city flat. There's a clinic a stone's throw away and a pharmacy on the ground floor. You've had enough." Mom loved everything here, the wooden porch and the boards. My grandfather built it, that porch. And peonies, daisies, apple trees, all grandmother planted, and pink flowers, the names of which nobody knows, generously sprout every spring and stretch upwards. And at the end of July are already above the windowsill, and in the window to the sick peeking say, "How are you here?" I'm like an old tree. I can't be transplanted with roots, my mother said, not getting out of bed. I want to stay in my room until my last day and leave, looking at my flowers, at that spruce that grew with me, and is now so tall you could make a ship's mast out of it. Mia was finishing school then. What was there to do? I couldn't go away to study. You can't leave Mum alone. And you couldn't live on Mum's pension either. I'll get a job, she thought. And the garden fed its owners. But it wasn't enough for Mum's medicine and everything else. So when another mansion was built near their house, the new owners moved in and advertised that they were looking for a housekeeper. Mia was scared out of her wits and decided to give it a try. It was still a young family, a husband and wife. The wife's name was Mrs. Ann and the husband's name was Michael. Mrs. Ann had her own institute. Yes, her own private institute, which gave a very good education. It was a business given to Ann by her parents. The girl grew up spoiled, shone at school, won all competitions and Olympiads. Then she graduated from an economic university with honors and immediately began her PhD thesis. Rich parents who wanted to see their daughter at the head of the family business realized it is not her. Anne went headlong into science. And now she is the rector of the university and 30 and a little. She has under her command work excellent teachers. The building is one of the most beautiful in the city, and to study here are strictly treated. Here students will not be able to work part-time somewhere else and attend lectures at will. From time to time it will not be possible to pass an exam or credit by paying a teacher. Here you study seriously, and all the years spent in the walls of the university. Students see nothing but classrooms, library and atrium, where the institute's festivities take place. But during the years of study you can get a foreign internship. And after graduation, you are already expected to work in a prestigious firm. Employers were queuing up for Mrs. Anne's graduates. Well, the couple were very different. Mrs. Anne was a young woman, dressed austere, her age was uncertain. Her short hair had begun to gray early. She wore thick black-rimmed glasses rather than lenses when she had vision problems. She bought expensive but austere clothes without any hint of femininity. Jackets, trousers, blouses in the style of men's shirts. It seemed all the more surprising that Mrs. Anne had chosen such a husband. Michael, though the same age as her, was of a different mold. Very good-looking, like some kind of artiste, but a chatterbox. When Mia came to the interview, their first meeting with the landlady was called an interview. The girl didn't realize that the handsome man who hung around the house, not knowing what to do with himself, was the landlady's husband. Mrs. Anne was perhaps even more scrupulous about keeping house than she was about her students. Mia knew only that her mistress had been used to servants since childhood, but it was difficult to find a common language with them. Later, Mia learned that she had become the 10th in the last year. Of those who had picked up a Hoover in this house, no one before her had ever stayed here for long. The house was a large, two-story building that could fit a village cultural center. But of the few staff, only a housekeeper and a gardener were hired. The interview was paid for. It meant that any girl would spend at least half a day traveling to the countryside. Mia's eyes widened in surprise when she was told about the money. Pay me for what? It's not like I did anything. She was different from the ones the agency sent at all. There were modern girls, and Mrs. Anne was a little tormented. She'd become quite a good physiognomist by talking to the students. Mrs. Anne had no doubt that the next applicant, who first of all asks about salary, schedule, and weekends, will not remember all her requirements, which meant they would soon have to part ways. So what's next? One has to spend time selecting another housekeeper. Mia had the looks of an 18-year-old girl and the eyes of a grown-up, tired woman. Try to maintain a carefree look when your mother is hopelessly ill, and all the cares of the family have fallen on your shoulders. Besides, not even hoping to be taken in, Mia still sat in front of the potential mistress with a notepad and wrote down wishes. The holy place was Mrs. Anne's office. God forbid she should be careless with office equipment cords, dust off her laptop with a common rag, or move papers so that the landlady couldn't find them right away. No using the host's belongings under any guise. No apologies, I'm sorry, I accidentally put on your slippers or wiped myself with your towel. Her work will be from 6 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, and during this time you need to have time to do all the household chores, and iron the laundry, and prepare lunch, so that when the mistress returns everything will be in order. Do you understand? Mrs. Anne asked, looking at Mia over her glasses. No one had ever called the girl you before. She was embarrassed, blushed, and said she would try harder. Mia decided that she would do her best to keep this place because it was her salvation. The mansion is right next to her house, always able to run to her mum if there was an emergency. At 3 o'clock, she, Mia, would be free by now and would rush to feed her mum lunch. And the salary, if the landlady's not lying, will allow her and her mum to forget about the lack of money. Are you all right with that? Of course. Well, come with me then. I'll tell you more about your duties. And Mrs. Anne walked briskly through the house, Mia following her with the same notebook in her hand. Mia knew from the tone of her voice that she had to remember everything the first time, that no one would repeat it, and that it was better not to make mistakes later. Mrs. Ann was conservative. She was used to a certain kind of soap and toothpaste, to the smell of expensive washing powder, to soft peach towels. How to make the bed, in what order to arrange boxes, jars, and vases in the kitchen cupboard so that everything could be found with closed eyes. Yes, there was a lot to memorize, but Mia was so attentive to every word of her mistress that she was practically never wrong from the first days of work. And just as importantly, she knew her place. They say there was one girl among the maids who was so shallow that she dared to address the mistress as you. And it was certainly her last day in this house. Mia not only did not allow herself to be pandered to, she did not dare to speak too much, only asking questions if there was sometimes a question about cleaning or if she did not know where to put something or what to cook. The rest of the time Mia labored around the house like a bee, dusting everywhere. Until she got used to it, it wasn't easy for her. But it was Michael, the landlady's husband, who made life difficult for her. No, not even the semblance of an affair between them. For Mia, it was taboo. She knew her place. Michael also did not notice the girl too gray and unremarkable she was in his view. Why would he need such a girl when his wife has a lot of beauties in the Institute? But soon Mia was calling Michael nothing but a pig. Mrs. Ann had been at work for a long time when Michael first got up, had a leisurely and tasteful breakfast, walked around the house in his dressing gown, and eventually left too. He was listed with Mrs. Ann as someone at the Institute, leaving behind a room that needed a daily general cleaning. Unlike the neat and punctual Mrs. Ann, Michael would not bend down to pick up a fallen item. It wouldn't occur to him to make his bed. But most of all, Mia was worried about her host's expensive laptop. Michael could easily pour coffee over it and fill it with crumbs. And if after that expensive equipment stopped working suddenly, Mia would be blamed. Every day she waited with bated breath for the landlady to say that she had done something wrong and she would be sacked. Mrs. Ann kept a close eye on the girl, reprimanding her sparingly. And by New Year's Eve, she gave Mia not only her salary but also a bonus in an envelope. The girl did not have time to buy herself a warm down jacket and boots, which she dreamed of and needed so much. Suddenly her mother passed away. Grief, like a bottomless well. The loan for the funeral, the need to pay it off, and the desire to leave after her mother, all this surrounded Mia with a black blizzard. Maybe because after so many years of living together with her mother, for the first time she was alone and felt fiercely lonely. This hasty marriage happened. Her future husband was a neighbor. Or rather, there was a family of neighbors' elderly spouses, formerly belonging to the middle class. After retirement, they had bought a cottage in the Green Belt, and they had an only son, Ben, who was much older than Mia. Ben had long ago left for another city, a regional center, and was building a personal life there. And then suddenly his parents started looking for a bride. Mrs. Caroline had talked to Mia in the shop, walked her home, and asked her to visit. She looked round, asked for tea, and spoke slowly and thoroughly about her son. With his first wife, he was unlucky. She was a mercantile woman. So Ben recently divorced, and the ex-wife took everything from him. The worst part was the flat. Mrs. Caroline's voice had changed to one of hatred. We helped to buy the place. Ben did a beautiful renovation. He took a year's leave from the Institute and spent a whole year fixing up the house. Can you believe it? He did everything with his own hands. Wardrobes, shelves, hangers, and that wretch Emma. She thought she'd paid me off, said Mrs. Caroline. She borrowed money from someone, called Ben back, paid him back, tears. You can't buy anything decent with that money. And Emma said they were even, the way she'd packed. You wouldn't believe the bags she stuffed with cheap stuff. You know, the kind they sell in grocery shops, paper ones, full of stuff. I stuffed everything in there, and unwashed pans with grease dripping from them, and my downy shawl that I'd forgotten, stuffed the bags, put them in the hallway. Go away, Basya, and give me the keys. And this fool started playing the noble game. My father and I persuaded Ben you should have sued your Emma, and for every rag, because there are no children in common. Why feel sorry for such a cheat, but no, he just walked away. When he showed me how much money Emma had given him, my father and I gasped just enough for a room in an old foundation. You know, the ones that are going to be demolished. They say there's a whole city resettlement program coming up. They'll move out the communal rooms and give him a one-bedroom. But in the meantime, as soon as he has a free moment, he comes to us such a golden boy, and he's so unlucky. We'd find a girl, even if she was poor, but decent. And we'd live happily ever after, like me and my father. Mrs. Caroline was no longer acting as a matchmaker, but as the owner of a purse that needed to find a suitable mate and procreate. How can Jack and I be without grandchildren in our old age? How old are you? 19. It's about time you had a baby. It's about time, girl. Mia, who'd been trying not to contradict her elders since she'd started working as a maid, had lost her right to speak and listened. Mrs. Caroline drew her conclusions and brought her son to meet her the next weekend, as soon as he arrived. Ben was a short man of 34 with a disproportionately large head and sparse, downy hair. He was beginning to show a bald spot. He was dressed differently from his peers. Mia couldn't help thinking that his mum had probably picked out his clothes for him and carefully stored them away year after year. You don't see those blue and white flowered shirts with small white letters in any shop anymore. Maybe they used to sell them. Ben immediately looked at Mia with admiration, not knowing her at all. Just by looking at her, he already seemed to be in love. His eyes were blue and his gaze as simple-minded as a child's. And immediately, after that first meeting, Ben began to court the girl. He came every weekend, and during the week he called and talked to Mia. He brought her some trinkets, perfume, and a black velvet bag, a beautiful cup and saucer. Perhaps Mia had never been able to buy anything like that for herself. They lived on a pittance, and Ben proposed marriage very quickly a month after they met. By then he'd already fixed Mia's porch and was digging beds. And Mrs. Caroline was constantly giving the girl home-cooked food or something sweet for tea. It created the illusion of a family for Mia. It seemed that she was gradually being incorporated into it, like a jigsaw puzzle, taking her place in the overall picture. Of course, Mrs. Caroline won't replace Mum. They can't even be next to each other, Mia thought. But I'll have a husband to take care of me, and my mother-in-law will be my soulmate. The loneliness would end. And Mia said yes. A month later, they were married. And a year began for Mia, which she later recalled as something strange and unreal. Ben willingly left his communal flat and moved in with her. It took Mia, inexperienced in these matters, 3 weeks to realize that Ben was an inveterate alcoholic. Before, his parents had poured him a glass of cold water when they sent him to visit a girl. And during his brief, no longer bachelor period, Ben kept to himself, didn't drink. But when he felt himself an independent head of the family, he went into all sorts of trouble. If he and his young wife were out for a walk, Ben would go to the shop for a minute and then go on with a bottle. In the evenings, he would take a bottle and ask to go somewhere under the plausible pretext, I have to help a friend, or I've been called to work. In reality, Ben would go to a nearby bar and stay there for hours before coming home drunk. Mia cried and demanded a promise from her husband that it was the last time, that it was the very, very last drink. And Mrs. Caroline had a heart-to-heart talk. Nothing worked. Under the threat of divorce, Ben went to a desperate step for himself, found somewhere in the private sector, a hypnotist grandmother who encodes to classical music with a guarantee, as he told himself. In fact, Ben may have been to the woman, but he would go straight from her to the shop. He would have a drink on the way and return home, swaying, with a branded dark bag and with his naive blue eyes showing that the bag was empty and therefore there was nothing to scold him for. Mia's character had changed so much over the year that, having been quiet before, in November she smashed a bottle of vodka, against the kitchen sink and holding the shards in her hands, demanded that Ben leave immediately, along with his belongings. And in December, Mia gave birth to a daughter and named her Chloe. The parents stood up for their son. They sold their house and flat and bought a new flat in the regional center, where they settled together. The father, thanks to his connections, got certificates about Ben's low income in the new place. It's nothing, which means the child's support will be symbolic. You feel sorry for your child, and we feel sorry for ours, Mrs. Caroline told Mia over the phone in an icy voice. All friendship with her mother-in-law ended instantly. There was no mention of gifts for her granddaughter, and Mia had only one hope left for Mrs. Ann, who, against all odds, had saved a place for her while the young woman was unable to go to work after giving birth. Chloe was 3 months old when Mia entrusted her to a neighbor and went to work. Even a still young, full-figured woman managing such a large house would be hard, especially when you consider the demands Mrs. Ann had made on the household. Sometimes, if Mia had the energy to read a book or watch a film in the evenings, she drew parallels. So watching the film in bed with the enemy, the main villain demanded of his wife that the towels in the bathroom should be mixed to the same length, 3 pieces hanging evenly, edge to edge. Mia thought that Mrs. Ann had not yet reached such a point, but probably will soon. And later, while reading the novel The Defeated, Mia burst into flames and said to her daughter, who was then about 8 years old, "Look, Chloe, how well written. I've never seen such an insufferable old woman before. She's a neat little bore. She's only uses 8 towels, and they're all hung on nails. God forbid they get mixed up. She squeaks, and she's got eyes like a lynx. They'll spot her. You can't just wipe the table, but first with rag number 1, and then with rag number 2. And there are 8 rags, too." "Is your landlady as mean as that?" Chloe asked. "No, but Mrs. Ann has 1,000 rules she can't break. If I'd forgotten or messed up a few times, I'd have been kicked out the door too." What helped Mia was that she was responsible, conscientious, and at first she was so afraid of losing her place that there was nothing more important to her in life than doing things the way Mrs. Ann used to. But afterwards it became a habit for Mia herself, and she began to fulfill her household rules on automatic. Sometimes when Mia returned from work, too broken, too exhausted, she would sneak pain pills. Chloe would ask her, "Get away from your Baba Yaga." But once Mia caught her breath, she asked, "Where would I go? I'm close to the house and I can come running any minute if you need me. And Mrs. Ann's pay is good and reliable. She's like a Swiss bank, even if she's demanding, even if she's not sentimental, but she pays fairly. And looking for another job, what am I going to find now? I've never learned anything in my life. All I know is how to do housework." At her landlady's house, Mia remained as silent as ever, never opening her mouth. But when Mrs. Ann decided to have children in her old age, the housekeeper sighed and said in a low voice, "It's going to be hard on you. You're judging yourself, aren't you?" Mrs. Ann might not have meant to be a bit of a sarcasm, it just came out of the blue. "No," said Mia, using a special brush to brush the dust off some super valuable Danish porcelain. "I understand the difference. Who was I when I gave birth to Chloe? Penniless, divorced. In my maternity ward, they wouldn't let loved ones into the room. They'd stand outside the windows. The girls called me at first, saying, 'Look, there he is, waving balloons, if it's yours.' I had to say that there was no one to visit me, even though I was married at that time, according to my passport. Then, a couple of months later, we got an official divorce. And for all these years, neither Ben, nor father-in-law, nor mother-in-law, who seemed to dream of a granddaughter and asked me to give birth, no one has never once asked about Chloe and did not come to visit, and gifts for the girl's birthday did not pass only a receipt for alimony. Once a month, the postman threw in the box generously alimony as much as 2,000, so that the daughter, as they say, do not deny themselves anything. I know, Mrs. Ann, that you wouldn't dream of living like this. May your little ones do well, but not like mine. I was always afraid I'd never get Chloe back on her feet. I wouldn't have the time. Something would happen to me and she'd be without her mom, and I wouldn't get to watch her grow up. I won't stand up for her if someone hurts her. I won't wipe away her tears if she cries. Mia was embarrassed and didn't continue. But she couldn't say that Mrs. Ann, for all her wealth, was not immune to disease or the accidents of fate. Medicine allowed her to give birth to twins at that age, and if everything was done artificially, twins are not uncommon. And then it was just a matter of asking God to let her raise her sons and enjoy them. And Mrs. Ann, though she was usually quick to use harsh, barbed words, this time she remained silent in thought. At that time, the nannies in the house were changing at the speed of light. Mrs. Ann would not have cared for Sam and Ben herself, not even in her mind. She wasn't going to leave school. As soon as the mistress got stronger after childbirth, no more dizziness and weakness in her legs, she hurried to her favorite university, to her office. Reading lectures and signing papers is much easier than babysitting twins, Mia thought. Mrs. Ann was incapable of such self-denial as enduring sleepless nights and putting up with the children's whims. Perhaps her mistress was afraid that she was missing time that she could never get back and would be alone in her old age. Because her useless husband Michael was no better than loneliness. That's why Mrs. Ann decided to have children, but she was not able to sacrifice her time and comfort for them. Nannies started coming to the house. She remembered the dog waltz with its simple rhythm. Everything was played out like a sheet music. Another applicant at the interview, the girl was delighted with the salary and conditions, and 2 or 3 days of work and a kick under the heel point, because none of them could not please. Mia had her own relationship with the nannies, whom her landlady Mrs. Ann changed like gloves. Some the housekeeper supported, though there wasn't much she could do. Mia would take another sacked nanny into the kitchen and give her tea. "Don't cry," she'd say. "I can tell you one thing for sure, Mrs. Ann won't write you a bad reference. She just won't take the trouble. She'll forget you exist tomorrow. So you'll be fine. You'll get a new job, you'll make money." She talked to me like that. The resentment and bitterness of exile choked her. Now, I have the feeling that there is no one worse than me in the world, that I am the laziest and most promiscuous. But to put it all out of my head, it seems to me that the mistress has such a character that she herself is not always happy about it. It's the same with children. You know what they say about kids he sat on gray? This is when a child realizes that he is behaving badly, that he is just being cranky for nothing. Then he's disgusted with himself, but he can't help it. That's how it is with Mrs. Ann. She has no one left in her life except her husband. Her parents are already dead, her children are still small, and all the energy she has after work, after the institute, all her thoughts she stuffs with such nonsense that the vases on her shelf should stand in a certain order, and the servants should walk in one half, and so on. Wave your hand and get out of here. You're about to have a new life. When the girl's grief had subsided a little, she found the ability to think about someone other than herself. "How have you survived so many years here?" The former nanny clapped her wet eyelashes, but Mia wasn't being sincere. "Well, someone has to keep an eye on this house," she said. "And you go home now and forget about what happened." But not every fired employee deserves sympathy. Mia knew there were those who hoped to sneakily ignore the housekeeper's rule. It's a case of just in case. The housekeeper was not going to comfort anyone, but only thought that she would have a hard time in the near future. While the mistress was looking for a new nanny, Mia had to take care of the babies. Michael was not only not a good father, but no father at all. He let the children do anything, as long as they did not cry or bother him, did not interfere with his life. Mrs. Ann nearly fainted once. She came home and saw Sam and Peter running across the open piano with bare feet right on the keys. And the piano, by the way, is a 19th century piano from a famous German company. The children were left to Michael, and he quietly settled in a soft armchair with headphones on, watched some action film. From that very day, the father's role in the family became purely decorative. Mrs. Ann no longer assigned him to look after the children. On the contrary, the newly hired nanny was told to see that the twins did not sneak into their father's room and do something with his connivance. As a result, the father could say hello to his sons, meeting them by chance in the big house, stroke the boys on the head, ask how they were doing, but no more. This situation suited both parties, children and adults alike. In the period of supervision, Mia watched over the boys and fed and entertained them without fail. Sometimes Chloe also came to help. The twins adored her. They perceived the girl as an older sister. No one could think of such exciting games. And at the same time, Chloe watched closely to ensure that the kids did not make trouble, do not go wild in the house, and nothing happened to them. Once Mrs. Ann returned unexpectedly from a business trip. Chloe was playing with the children in the garden. The three of them spread a blanket on the grass and competed to see who could come up with the scariest story. No one heard the wicket door open. Mrs. Ann stood looking at the friendly group and said to Mia, "I wouldn't mind if your daughter became a childminder during the summer holidays." This was a complete surprise to Mia. So the landlady was willing to pay her daughter's salary. But the housekeeper didn't even nod. Listened to the offer nonchalantly. She was going to give it to her daughter and let her decide for herself. Chloe saw herself, and from the stories of her mother knew that the work in this house is not sugar, so it was up to her to agree or not. "Oh, let's give it a try," Chloe lit up. "I was looking for something while I was free from school anyway. Do you think it would be easier for me to waitress in a cafe or dishwasher or camp counselor? Let's at least spend the summer together. I don't see you with your job." Well, look what happened to the next babysitter. Until now, Chloe was amused to hear stories about the hapless maid. Mia just shrugged her shoulders. It's easy to guess they fired her again. Why? This time she deserved it. Mia said it in her heart. An old woman came in and needed the money so badly she made the big mistake of pleasing the kids. You know how that turned out? The boys ended up smashing an antique statue that Mrs. Ann had brought back from somewhere in Europe. But most importantly, they sneaked into the landlady's study, got into a fight, and knocked coffee over her laptop. It's an oil painting, isn't it? I don't need to explain to you what happened next. Chloe sighed. I can imagine. So you're going to have to, if you take it on. And until the new nanny comes in, haul all that load from morning till night. Wake the boys up, dress them, feed them, and work on them till bedtime. Mrs. Ann's going to Chicago for a week. But you know how she is. Everything in the house must go on without her. No indulgences. Chloe didn't think long. Tell her tomorrow morning that I agree. And she did not say how much she would pay me. For the first time after Chloe took up her duties, everything went quietly. Mrs. Ann didn't seem to look at the girl much, but both Nanny and her mother knew that she didn't. The mistress notices everything. And if Chloe gets offense, she'll be refused a place. And yet the girl was a little easier than other nannies. Firstly, she sincerely attached to the children, and the feeling was mutual. Secondly, on every question, Chloe could turn to her mother for advice. Soon Mrs. Ann did leave as she had intended. It was then that everything began. Michael, in the eyes of Mia, called Mia by patronymic, but in the eyes of the patronymic he did not deserve. So Michael, usually when his wife was not at home, spent his time quite pleasantly. He either relaxed in the garden, where there were pools, sunbeds to sunbathe, and a gazebo, where it is so nice to sit in the summer with a glass of something cool. If the weather didn't cooperate, they could sit in the living room by the fireplace or in the marital bedroom on the huge Arabian-style bed. Mia thought the bed had been bought for Michael's sake, too. Mrs. Ann had gone along with his craving for luxury. But when Chloe came into the house, Michael changed his habits. Now he sort of remembered that he was a father, and he looked in on the boys more often than ever. And they, unaccustomed to such attention, did not know how to behave. You can't be naughty. Sam and Peter had learnt that. What else could they do with this man smiling at them and asking how they were doing? Who would know him? Mia guessed that Michael had his own plans and tried to stay close to her daughter. That afternoon it started to rain lightly. Chloe and the twins were in the nursery. Mia was putting away things hidden from prying eyes by the open wardrobe doors she did not see, but felt that there was someone else in the room. And then through the cracks she saw someone she couldn't even think of as the owner. "Isn't it time for them to go to bed?" Michael asked. His voice sounded a little hoarse to Mia. "We're past our bedtime," Chloe said, taking a box of knots off the shelf. "We sleep until 4. "It's a pity." "Well, what then, girl?" "Now we have a scheduled walk, but you see what's outside the window." The girl bent down to pick up the fallen toys. Mia didn't immediately realize what had happened. Chloe was in denim shorts. From the sudden movement, the edges of her panties showed from under them. A strange sound came from where the door was. Michael choked. He literally choked on his saliva, drooling. What an accurate thing someone had once said. Mia folded the sheet in 4 and came out of the wardrobe. Now the owner had to pick his jaw up off the floor instead of drooling. "Are you home too?" was all he could find to say. "I'm always home." Mia's voice was impassive, though her insides were raging. "Michael, did you want to play with the kids?" "Me? No, please don't mind. I won't bother you." As soon as the man left, Mia slammed the door behind him. "Did you see that?" she asked. She thought Chloe should have realized it. Her daughter surprised her by raising her eyebrows in bewilderment. "What was I supposed to see? How he looked at you. But so were you." "I bet he did, wearing a thong to work." That old bastard. Mia never swore in front of her daughter. But today she didn't hold back, with all the profanity of a sailor. "He's not old at all." Chloe sat down on the carpet, opening a box with knots, and the twins immediately surrounded her. Mia was silent, and then came and stood so that her daughter looked at her willy-nilly. Chloe lowered her eyes. "You know that you and I are alone in the house now," Mia said. "The servants," Chloe said, emphasizing her mother's position. "The servants," Mia continued stiffly. "And so I'll tell you, I've never wondered how 2 people as different as Mrs. Ann and her husband came to be together. In my opinion, he's not a good match for her." "Well, that's as simple as it gets. She bought it. What's there to guess at? He's 10 times her age and probably suits her in every way. He's doing just fine living here on his own." Chloe, maybe, was waiting for her mother to object. But Mia continued in the same tone. Her daughter hadn't heard her say that before. "Anyway, it's their life. And you and I have been given the trust of letting us into this house that has opened up before us. And it has never, ever occurred to me to take anything here, not a biscuit in the kitchen, let alone another man's husband." "I see," said Chloe. "What do you understand?" "I see now why Mrs. Ann loves you so much. She needn't get a dog with you. And what? A golden woman serves. She keeps quiet, barks at strangers, protects her master's goods." Chloe suddenly changed. Mia asked almost pitifully. "It is you, so Ben once could say so, but from you." Chloe was silent, then said, "Machine folding puzzles, well, what now to regret? All the time should have chosen a father of pure, noble blood." Mia felt infinitely tired. "Well, the only thing I'll ask of you is that I'll think of a reason why you can't work here anymore. Today you have already worked as much time as you should, and tomorrow." Chloe was silent. She was making a beautiful tower out of cardboard squares, and her fingers trembled slightly. "All right," she said at last. And I also thought you were right. Remember when you said you wanted to go to New York or Los Angeles? And now I can see for myself that you shouldn't stay here after high school. The further you go, the more you change, the more you become a new bird. You used to be different, and now you're going to look at me funny. I'll still be a maid. Our house will remain old and dilapidated. In short, whatever I can put away until you pass your exams. I'll give you all this money, and God be with you. You know how to do everything, you've learned everything, and I think you'll do well. But we can talk until then. Chloe looked into her mother's eyes for the first time, and something in the girl's gaze flashed so childish, former. And both mother and daughter laughed embarrassed. The storm had passed. The last school year passed quietly for Chloe. She never found out what Mia said to her mistress. But the girl was no longer invited to work as a nanny. "You better try harder at school," said her mother. "Do you still have to go to university?" Mia thought that Mrs. Ann, if she was so good to Chloe, might offer her a place at her university. But the thought flashed and quickly disappeared. Mia knew how much it cost to study at a private institute. And Mrs. Ann was very good with money. She had no reason to give her housekeeper's daughter such a luxurious gift. Nothing much seemed to have changed in the life of the little family. As before, the tired mother returned in the evenings from work, and Chloe had time to study for honors and run the household. Enough with Mia, God. And yet for the first time between mother and daughter there was some reticence. Chloe passed her final exams with high marks. Helped the girl also that she was not nervous. God knows why. When they were taken to another school to pass literature, Chloe's friend became ill. Worries, stress. The teacher, who came with the guys, did not allow to approach Inna. The organizers themselves called an ambulance to the girl. When the medics left, Chloe sat looking at the pale faces of the graduates, gnawed the cap of a cheap plastic pen, and wondered why she herself did not tremble inside. Probably because Chloe realized that no matter how she passed her exams, the life she had set for herself would not leave her. So what was there to worry about? Chloe received high scores. If she stayed in her city, the choice of educational institutions for her would be small. But her mother looked as if in water in her thoughts the girl swung to the capital universities. Mia saved money as well as a handsome young man. But she still gave her daughter a decent sum to Chloe to buy a dress not worse than other girls. In her daughter's classmates it was a real quest, which they passed with burning eyes. To order in the atelier or to buy. And if to buy, where to buy? Short or ball gown style. Or maybe a chic evening dress, sparkling with rhinestones. Mia paid not only for the dress, but also for everything she was supposed to: photos, videotaping, a restaurant. Certificates to the best graduates were handed out in the town square. The guys who received medals stood on an improvised stage, and a golden rain of confetti fell on their heads. Glitter was left to shine in the girls' ceremonial hairstyles. And Mia cried for the first time in years. Maybe for the first time since her mother's death. The main stage of her dream, getting her daughter back on her feet, was behind her. Yes, there was still university ahead, a diploma. But still, if something happened to her, Chloe would not be lost. Somewhere, but will enter. And the main thing, she will not be given to an orphanage. Thoughts of orphanage often came to Mia, because she knew her daughter has no one but her. In all these years, Ben had never appeared on the horizon. Never once brought his daughter a birthday present, never asked if Chloe needed anything. Immediately after the divorce was formalized, Ben's parents hustled and found him a new wife, older, and with a teenage son. The wife was patient and obediently endured her husband's drunkenness. For this, her father-in-law and mother-in-law constantly gave her gifts and promised her a flat after his death. Mia knew if she left before the deadline on the other world, and Chloe in the family of his father will not be taken, and surrendered to the state. Now the daughter is an adult. Mia wiped the tears running down her cheeks, and Chloe seemed to her more beautiful than Botticelli's Venus. That evening at the restaurant, Mia sat in the corner of a long table, in the farthest and darkest corner, not mingling with the other parents, and drank too much. She hadn't had a more worthy occasion in years past to relax, to take a short break from the harness she was pulling. When Chloe, in her silk dress, approached her mother, Mia looked at her daughter with an unseeing and slightly hazy look and could say nothing. "I see." The phone was in the girl's hand. Having just taken selfies, she started dialing a number. "I'll send you home in a taxi now," Chloe said. Mia tried to object that it was expensive, that other parents would give her a lift, since the buses were no longer running. But Chloe wouldn't listen. Once home, Mia was going to wait for her daughter to make sure she had met the dawn and arrived safely. But instead, as she was in her best dress suit, she fell asleep on the bed. And in the morning, having made sure that Chloe was in her room, Mia went to work as usual and dusted with a special brush, and scolded herself for the fact that after yesterday's shaking hands. Chloe passed the competition in the institute she chose and went to Los Angeles. Mia was anxious to go with her. She would take her daughter to a strange and unfamiliar city, help Chloe to settle in the hostel, and look at the famous city, which she had never seen before. It would have been the biggest trip of Mia's life. But Chloe wouldn't take her. "I'll do it myself," she said. "You'll be tired going back and forth, the road and all that. I'm a pretty independent person. Have you forgotten?" Mia knew one thing: her daughter had grown more and more confident over the years. Now her tone was such that it was not Chloe to her mother, but her mother to her. Chloe left. Mia was left alone. She still worked for Mrs. Ann, and she was so used to her housekeeper that she never took on any other servants but her. If there was a general cleaning of the house, the housekeeper invited the women from the cleaning company. Mrs. Ann was a rather demanding mistress, and even just listening to her was enough to make Mia whisper in her ear, "Have you been working for her so long? My God, how have you stayed here so long?" Mia just shrugged her shoulders. She didn't understand why she lived in this place, and never tried to change it. And now she wanted to take on a heavier job so that she wouldn't think about anything, so that she'd be tired to death. And not to disturb her memory, not to make her soul whimper. Idleness was her enemy even now. She saw her late mother, and then she realized that Chloe would never return to her hometown. And Mia could not drive away from herself the question whether she had not flushed her own life into that waste place, which she had to clean every day. Did she have no choice, or did she? And she'd missed it. When the owners were away in Los Angeles, which was often, when Mrs. Ann had some scientific business there, Mia had the nerve to ask Chloe to bring her some things from home. The hostess pressed her lips together a little, but did not refuse. Of course, she did not take the trouble to visit the girl. She came to the hotel herself. It didn't occur to Mia that it was humiliating for Chloe to appear as an uninvited guest and in an expensive hotel to take those hopeless checkered bags at the reception. That's what the shuttles used to carry. The bags were like a stamp, like a stigma. The front desk girls would hide their grins when she picked them up. And one time Chloe couldn't take it anymore and called home. "I got everything, but don't need any more, don't pass it on. I've got everything." Mia realized that her daughter had taken another step sideways, severed another thread linking her to home apple jam and her mother's bound socks. Socks didn't fit into Chloe's new life, and yet the daughter called more or less regularly, did not forget to congratulate her mother on holidays. "Happy birthday," Chloe would say. Mia herself would not even remember about it. If Chloe could not get out to visit, it is understandable. She had a session, or practice, or some friends called, and it is impossible to refuse. Mia was not offended, she was quietly sad. Chloe didn't live in the hostel anymore. She worked part-time, rented a flat with a friend for two. Mia thought that her daughter would probably get married soon. Once again, when the owners left for Los Angeles, Mrs. Ann returned early. "I'm alone," she said nonchalantly, "no matter what happened." But this time Mia sensed trouble, and she wasn't wrong. "We need to talk." "Let's go into the study," Mrs. Ann said. Mia followed and thought about what she was about to hear. She was being fired. This way everything could be solved on the spot. No need to have a conversation in the office. Mrs. Ann sat down at the antique desk, which she loved very much. "Sit down," she said, pointing to the chair opposite. She was silent for a minute or two, then spoke this time. "I didn't just go to a scientific conference. I saw a doctor. He confirmed the diagnosis." Mrs. Ann named the disease. Mia gave a startled gasp. She'd heard it was a short-lived disease, a year and a half. Only 7% passed the 5-year mark. And only a few people live long. Mrs. Ann translated the diagnosis into numbers. "Are you going to cry?" "No time. There's a lot to do, a lot to do." She began to list what she'd come up with in the last sleepless nights. Sam and Peter would be going away to an expensive public school. There was no telling how things would turn out. They'd better get used to it right away. There they would be brought up to adulthood. Their eyes met, and they both remembered the conversation they'd had long ago, when Mia had mentioned her main fear, not being able to raise her daughter in time. But Mrs. Ann had other options. Her children would not be lost. "I'm going away for treatment." "No, not abroad. To the same doctor where I was, the same hospital. But I won't be home for long. You'll see to it that everything goes on as usual." Mrs. Ann paused again and added, "And if anything, you'll see to the funeral." With a gesture, she stopped Mia's objection. "I'll give all the arrangements to the funeral parlor. Just pay, and they'll do it for you. It'll just take an outside eye to see if everything's going right. As you realize, I can't do it myself. And Michael's always missing the important or the unimportant." And Mrs. Ann did go away for a long time, 6 months. She'd call Mia from time to time, asking about the house, giving her directions. Although Mia had been a housekeeper for so many years that she knew the daily seasonal chores by heart, when to wash the windows, when to do the general cleaning, when to have the carpets cleaned. Mia didn't ask unnecessary questions. She tried to understand how her hostess was doing by her tone. The tone was uneven, lifeless. And then Mrs. Ann rang to say that she and her husband were coming back in 2 days. "Welcome back," she said. Mia couldn't believe that she missed her, that she was waiting for her mistress to arrive. With hidden joy and at the same time with fear, what news would she bring? She didn't have to ask. Mia realized everything herself when the mistress, leaning on her husband's arm, walked towards the house. It was not for nothing that Mrs. Ann had told her to prepare a room on the ground floor. Not the marital bedroom, not her favorite study. She couldn't climb the stairs. "No hospice," Mrs. Ann said. "I don't expect the walls of home to heal, but at least they're comforting." Mia was busy helping the patient to get settled. She hadn't expected Michael to look so upset, partly even confused. Was Mrs. Ann's husband more mentally organized than Mia had thought? She thought nothing could upset him. The housekeeper had become a carer. Mrs. Ann had a rare patience with pain. Mia realized, however, that medication couldn't take it away completely. But when it came to routine matters, the landlady was the same. Here she was at her best. It was as if Mia was back in the days of her youth, when she had been terrified of making a mistake, not making the coffee strong enough or too sweet, not changing the linen in time, not answering a question in the wrong words. It's a good thing Mrs. Ann was farsighted enough, and the twins, Sam and Peter, had gone to a boarding school beforehand. There was no need for the boys to see all this. Mia remembered the last few weeks as a blur. It was unreal. After Mrs. Ann said, "I want to tell you about Michael." Mrs. Ann was lying on her back. Mia made her comfortable on 2 soft pillows. It seemed to make the pain feel less. Or maybe it just seemed that way, and the metal in her mistress's voice was almost entirely gone. She could only speak quietly now, And quietly, what metal? I never thought I would draw a parallel with you. My fate and yours, Mrs. Ann said with a quiet, slightly perceptible chuckle. But wait you. I was the only daughter in my family, too. My parents were high-flying birds. Business owners of factories, newspapers, steamships. We're almost the same generation. You must remember this poem. They could have bought me anything. If the moon in the sky was for sale and I wanted it, they'd buy it, but they had a strict idea of who I could and couldn't be friends with. It was best not to be friends with anyone at all. My parents were used to not trusting anyone. Big business is a cruel business. Someone you thought of as a friend will become a competitor tomorrow. Well, I was a good girl. I stayed at home and read books. Fortunately, I always liked to read and always wanted to learn more. I was driven to and from school, and Michael was in the same class as me. Mia wanted to say, oh, she could barely contain herself. Mrs. Ann's husband looked at least 10 or 15 years younger than her. And now that Mrs. Ann was coping with her illness, Michael seemed like her son. He was the handsomest, brightest boy around me, Mrs. Ann continued. And I was very ordinary in appearance, a very ordinary girl. And I had no friends, but I had a lot of complexes because of book characters. It's like that they think their peers speak a different language. I couldn't fit in with any of my peers. I wasn't bullied, I was shunned. You know how a river goes round a rock on both sides and runs away? I didn't even try to get Michael to like me, because everyone would say I bought his attention. Even now, before, when people looked at us, they would say in hushed tones that I had bought myself a husband. You've probably heard those words more than once. Mia wouldn't admit to hearing them from her own daughter, Chloe. So I didn't fill my head with dreams and love, but tried to study, as one comrade used to say. And then came graduation night. Mrs. Ann stopped talking, taking a breath. I had a gold medal, like your Chloe. Well, the tradition of graduation is a timeless one. We sat in the restaurant, and then the whole group went out to see the sunrise. It took a long walk along a path through the woods to get to the riverbank. We wanted to wait until morning to watch the sun come up. For me, it was almost the first time I was allowed to go out with my class without guards or chaperones. Maybe I deserved it with my medal, and I was allowed such a holiday, allowed to go with the guys. After all, we were parting forever. We'll never see each other again. But for me, that trip almost ended in tragedy. Mrs. Ann closed her eyes and put her hand on Mia's arm, squeezing her cold fingers lightly. Imagine a large reservoir just above the dam. They're not called seas for nothing. These reservoirs, they're endless. When the hydroelectric power station was built, the river overflowed. Everyone knew that there were villages, old houses, even a church at the bottom. And the new banks turned out to be so steep, like precipices, sandy precipices. I don't remember why I got separated from the guys. Maybe I was distracted by something, but I was a few meters below the almost steep edge of the bank, and I couldn't grab onto anything. The slope was sandy, the sand was crumbling from under my fingers, and there was water and deep water below. I had read that near the hydroelectric power station the depth was 50 meters, but even here it was pretty deep, and I couldn't swim. No matter how many times my parents took me to seas and resorts, I never learned to swim. Don't shout, no one will hear you. Even if someone comes to help, they can't get me out. I could drown dozens of times. But I didn't even have time to call for help. I was just trying to stay where I was on the slope and not go into the water. And then I saw Michael. He'd fallen behind the others too. He knew right away that I was in trouble. He said, "Hold on. Don't move." I thought he was going to call the boys or our class teacher, Mrs. Olivia, who was coming with us. But instead, Michael ran into the woods and fetched a thick stick, lowered it to me, and told me to grab onto it as hard as I could. God, how ashamed I was. Mrs. Ann recalled, I've always been overweight, and he was carrying me. I could see how hard it was for him, but I couldn't let go either. I'd have died, you know. He pulled me out in the end. I was in tears and snot from fear. My hair was all messed up. Remember what we used to say when we were kids, hairdo? I fell down, I almost crushed myself. My dress is dirty. I told Michael I was done with the sunrise meeting. So I went home. He ran round to ours, said sorry, we're leaving, and walked me all the way home. Nobody ever found out about that story. I've only just told you now, Mrs. Ann said to Mia. You might think that's when we started having an affair, don't you? Wait, Michael was just helping me out then without a second thought. And we went our separate ways. I went to college, he joined the army, then got married unsuccessfully. Anyway, we crossed paths by chance years later, and not even at a reunion, but just in the city, and we recognized each other immediately. I was always like that, short haircut, black-rimmed glasses. I would have recognized him, whatever he was. Maybe another girl would have forgotten about it long ago. But I remembered, and I'd never forget. I remembered that he saved my life. I mean, all the years I'd had since that cliff, all my luck, all my joy, the fact that I could breathe, feel, look at the sky, all of it was thanks to him. He gave it to me. Now, Mia, he was in trouble when we met. Mrs. Ann's cold fingers squeezed Mia's hand again. He's divorced now, and no one can know that. Never to anyone, ever. He was on drugs, a good one. And that's when I took it upon myself to save him. My dad was gone by then. Dad would never have let me get involved with a man like that in the first place. And Mom? I was already living on my own, and I could keep it from my mom for a long time. Michael didn't even have a place to live at the time, just a room. The neighbors wanted to evict him because he had friends coming round. The door wouldn't close, and those friends would stay overnight, because in that state, when they'd already taken a dose, where would they go? I took Michael away, paid for his treatment in a very good clinic. He was treated abroad, lived there for a few months, came back and stayed with me. When he proposed to me, he probably didn't even think I would accept. The guys who knew me from childhood always felt the difference between me and them. And I said yes. As they say nowadays, I said yes gladly. I convinced myself I was married because he saved my life. I didn't admit to myself that I'd been in love with him since high school. And when Michael was out of my life, I felt very unhappy. That's not a very clear comparison, is it? Well, like a person who has nothing at all, because all I wanted was him. Him alone and no one else. You're about to tell me how everyone around you said Michael was just getting comfortable. He had money now. I got him a job at my institute. He was living comfortably from now on. But, I didn't care about that. It was worse than that. I always realized very well that he didn't love me. It's like a match, isn't it? It's like a match. It either flares up or it doesn't. Well, he never lit even a little flame of love for me. The kind of love that I would have lit in him. And my passion got kind of angry. I started demanding that other people do things my way. Because I couldn't do that with Michael. Long pause. Why am I telling you all this? Mrs. Ann continued. I thought Michael couldn't love anyone at all, only a life of luxury. Turns out he doesn't. He does. He loved your Chloe. Mia stopped breathing. And Mrs. Ann grinned. I knew it right away when I was in the hospital, when it was already known for sure that I would not recover. They met, and I didn't interfere. I even thought afterwards that maybe it would be better for him not to be alone. But in the end, your daughter rejected him. She just said she had another boyfriend, almost her age. She told him to go away and look after me, or he'd look like a real scoundrel in her eyes. His wife's dying, and he's lying there. Chloe had never let that stop her before. I'm gone. His mates left him. He's got nothing ahead of him. You know what Michael did? He did what all weak people do. He got back on drugs. That's why I'm telling you this old story, Mia. Not so you can fight with your daughter about me. But you had an alcoholic husband yourself. You know what fixes the hump, so I want you to keep an eye on him." By the time Mrs. Ann was finished, she had a persistent, painful dry cough, and no special syrup or water helped. Nothing worked. Finally, she was able to continue. "He's in good health for now. I don't want him to end up like a drug addict." "How?" "He won't listen to me," Mia said with tears in her voice. "What am I to him? A servant. He'll listen to you. I've divided everything I have in my will. Most of it goes to the children. Michael will get a lot too, provided he gets treatment and he doesn't do anything like that for 3 years. Until then, he'll only get a monthly allowance and you'll get another share from me." "Why me?" "I don't want anything. You don't have to look for another job, but you have to be there for him. That's a condition. Michael knows. Don't worry, I'm not going to control you. It wouldn't even occur to me. You have a head on your shoulders. You know our whole life and I have no one else to rely on. This will be your last job in Ann's family home. Understood? Now hand me my pills and go. I want to be alone." Mrs. Ann had to repeat her order one more time. There was no way Mia wanted to leave. She was afraid that the landlady, now that she had told her everything, might take her little white pills to kill herself. But everything went her way, and a month and a half later Mrs. Ann met the children calmly and quietly and said goodbye to them. Together with her agent, she planned her funeral down to the smallest detail. Mia was present for it. It must be the way royalty thinks things through. She'd said, "I wish Michael had been there for the last hour, but it wasn't an hour. It was just the last night." One morning, Mrs. Ann did not wake up. In the days that followed, although the city's largest funeral parlor did take care of the arrangements, by evening Mia was so exhausted that she found it difficult to speak. Her tongue was slurring. Perhaps Chloe had been right to call her mother Mistress's dog. Mistress was gone, and Mia was doing the routine and making sure that the ceremony went as Mrs. Ann wished. Chloe must have learnt what had happened from Michael. She called her mother and carefully, as if stepping through a minefield, expressed her condolences. Mia accepted them discreetly. Chloe didn't ask if Mrs. Ann had left anything for her mother. It was probably already known. Chloe also didn't talk about her new hobby. And Mia didn't ask if her daughter was coming this summer, or if she would ever come at all. They said goodbye as strangers. Immediately after his wife's funeral, Michael went into rehab. He knew that otherwise he would lose his inheritance. But Mia wasn't sure of anything. Every treatment comes to an end sooner or later. Michael will be discharged. He will start hanging around the house again and looking for entertainment. There was no doubt he would eventually find some. Mia had a pretty good idea what kind. And with the money her landlady left her, Mia bought a house in the village, a big old house, a former manor house. She talked to drug addicts and found a few people who had quit and hoped to stay in that state as long as possible, preferably for the rest of their lives. Mia talked to each one and put together a team. She also found a woman named Jill. Outwardly, she was nothing special, a thin, petite, middle-aged blonde. But Jill had been working with people like that for a long time, and also Mia had never seen such a thing before. But on the example of her new acquaintance, she realized it was true. There are vampire people who naturally drink strength from you. Once you've been with one of those people, you leave like a squeezed lemon. And Jill radiated energy, gave it away generously, and everyone was always drawn to her. The women had a long conversation, clarified the nuances. The estate was far from the city. You could get to it by the only road. Every person was noticeable. If someone decides to remember old things, you can't bring anything here unnoticed. It would take everyone who settled in the manor to be engaged in healthy physical work. They're not bad people. And then everything should work out from there. Of course, you can't force anyone. And to live in such a commune or not is a voluntary matter. But someone will probably stay there for a long time. They'll have a vegetable garden, some animals. And Michael will always, every minute, be in front of Mia. 3 years, and both he and Mia will be free. He would get his money, and she would be free of the obligation to look after him. Mia caught herself reasoning already as a single person, thinking about what she would do when it was all over, and she would return to her parents' empty home, the ancestral nest, and calculate her pension so that it would be enough for everything, and probably sign up for the library. That's the way it would turn out one day. The old house was taking on a new life. It could be a museum, if someone had the will and the money, and if there were enough people to come and see the life of a 19th century landowner, not a great poet, not a famous musician, but an ordinary man who loved his home and his fields. Mia stood on the first floor in the bay-windowed room she had chosen for herself. She looked out of the window and thought that the landowner must have had an office here, and he too looked out at the river meters away, at the willows leaning against the water, at the meadows. They were blooming now, and sweet to his heart. Mia had never allowed herself to be idle before. There was always something for her hands to do. But now Chloe, who had enough energy for two, was sure to take over. Jill enjoyed her new job, immersed in it with her head. She was the one who told Mia about the new residents of their little commune, and she had a kind word for everyone. Greg had worked all his life in the north, widowed, and thought he would live with his son's family and grandchildren. But his daughter-in-law first persuaded him to sell his northern shares and give them the money for a new car and repairs. Then she got him out of the flat and made him practically homeless. That's when Greg started drinking. Jill picked him up at some shelter. Then there's Tyler, a talented bard. He used to do a lot of gigs traveling, and afterwards, artists get a treat. At some point, Tyler realized he was losing his humanity. The tour was over. Even for himself, on his favorite guitar he couldn't play. His fingers refused to obey. Tyler was in drug treatment. Jill picked him up right after he got out. Brandon could have grown up to be a good kid, kind, no matter what. But his mom brought in his stepdad, who drank and got his stepson hooked. Jill told these bitter stories with genuine pity for her charges. She wanted to protect the weak in spirit, to help them. Mia, on the other hand, had shunned such people all her long life. She didn't want to take on the burden of caring for them. Only now she began to look at those whom she called bottom dwellers, and thought that they would never get out of there. One day Mia told her friend about her own fate and asked with a chuckle, "You would probably feel sorry for my husband and invite him to live here, wouldn't you?" Jill thought for a few seconds and said, "No. If he abandoned his newborn daughter, did not even remember her, it is already hopeless. She wouldn't call, and if she came, she'd kick him out." Jill confirmed her words by breaking up with one of the tenants, asking to take him to the village with her. Kyle swore that he was done with the bottle. A week later, Jill, returning from the shop, saw Kyle in the company of a local alcoholic. Both were quite pleased with the familiarity and companionship. When Jill told Kyle to pack his things in the morning, he tried to appeal to her pity. "Where am I going to go? I'm just going to sleep under a fence." "Go to someone you know." Jill cut him off. "His house is a wreck, but you'll fit in somehow. Don't doubt that alcoholic will welcome you with open arms. You'll be digging people's gardens, selling bottles. It's all right. You'll make a living." Mia, on the other hand, enjoyed the silence. And it wasn't just nature. There is no such thing as absolute silence in nature. At night, Mia woke up and took her time to go back to sleep. The window was open, and she listened to the nightingale singing, to the sound of a choir nearby. For the first time, she had the energy and time to do something other than continuous labor. When the foreman was called and he was installing a speaker in the house, Mia asked him what there was to see nearby. And the foreman, an old-timer of the area, began to tell her about the surrounding forests and lakes, where it is better to pick mushrooms, where to fish, and where it is better not to go. You might meet wild boars or accidentally step on an adder. You should talk to our forester. He would tell you so much, finished the master. He says that there are a lot of abnormal places here. True, he lives far away, on the cordon, but often comes to the forestry. Mia already knew where the forestry was. Not far from the center of the village there is a house under a roof, surrounded by old pine trees. The house is surrounded by a blank fence, on which someone had written graffiti "Animals are not food," and someone also crossed it out the next day with a bold cross. The woodsman's name is Will. Talk to him. Really, no one knows more about the area than he does. The first years of study at the Institute, Chloe was so fascinated by New York that she forgot about everything in the world. She told her friends and herself that she would never come home again, that here is her soul, her life. She even had the same pulse with New York. She couldn't believe herself that she hardly missed her mother at all. Student life, with so many interesting things to do, had swept over her head. And then when Michael began to come, she didn't tell her mother about it, but she left the hostel just then and rented a flat on the outskirts of the city. But here it was far to get to the Institute, spent 2 hours on the way. And the girl moved closer to the center to a room in a communal flat. Michael gave money for everything, even for Chloe's mobile phone. The girl was really in love with him. Here he remained the last thread linking her to the house. But often come Michael could not, and gradually for Chloe his image lost clarity, became pale in comparison with her new acquaintances. So she befriended an artist who once in Central Park painted her portrait. He was Chloe's age. He had lived in New York all his life, and he showed the girl such places that she would not have discovered without him. The artist organized excursions on the rooftops, took Chloe to some bohemian bars, told her where Masons once gathered in New York. She told her friends that with him madly interesting, and she wanted to become like him, unusual, bright. She dyed her hair red. She got tattoos from her hands to her shoulders at the salon. She told Michael not to come again and to make it look thorough, remembering his dying wife, whom she had never thought of before. She knew that this was a real grief for Michael, that it was easier for him to feel like a wretch and torn between Mrs. Anne and her than to lose her, Chloe, forever. Chloe then fell ill with the very disease that the world either believes in or doesn't. The doctors said it wasn't that severe, that her young body could handle it. But Chloe did not turn to the doctors. She was lying in her room under the roof, and she had no strength to get out of bed. The sun did not look at her. The window looked out on the north side, a dull backyard, and Chloe had to look at the ceiling, count the cracks on it, and think that sometime before her this room lived. Probably the same poor student, or maybe a small clerk, a character of Edgar Poe. And he did not have enough money even for tea and sugar. The thoughts of tea were pressing. At first, Chloe didn't feel like eating at all. But when she began to recover, it turned out that there was not a crumb left in the house, and the girl could only get from the bed to the chair, sit for a while at the window, and drenched in sweat from weakness, back to bed. The painter did not come, afraid of the infection. In the end, Chloe was helped out by a neighbor, an old woman, God's dandelion. From time to time she went to the city, stood somewhere near the bridge and read by heart poetry classics. It was a way to supplement her pension. And also the old woman understood everything without words. She noticed that Chloe does not go anywhere, only to the toilet. So she made a judgment call. She crept to the door. Chloe opened it. "Little girl," said the old lady, "I'm going to the shop. Don't you need anything?" Chloe asked for tea, sugar, and a bun. She wanted to hug the old woman, but she was afraid to make her sick. The room was cold. Chloe drank hot tea, wrapped in a blanket. She wanted to go home for the first time. Mia decided to go to the distant lake they had just told her about. Everyone found something different there. Some people found beautiful views for photographs. Some people found scatterings of forest strawberries. Some people found solitude, a ringing silence. Going alone and orientated only on a satellite map was a bit scary. But Jill and her helpers were passionately engaged in the vegetable garden. It was a sin to distract her from such happiness. Mia walked through the meadow, which was in full bloom, across the bridge on its warm wooden planks. Beyond that was a road of concrete slabs, paved for who knows when and why. The grass was already thick between the slabs, and sometimes the concrete was lost in it. Mia was reminded of The Road to Nowhere, a book by Alexander Green that she had read as a child. Mia knew that she had gone far away from people already, and she didn't want to meet anyone, neither man nor beast. Because who could be more defenseless? An old woman who didn't even have a stick in her hand. And when she heard dry, like distant gunshots, sounds behind her, she turned round hurriedly. A rider was traveling along the same road, a man on a tall, naked horse. Mia hurriedly stepped to the side, giving way to him, but the stranger pulled on the reins and asked her, "Are you all right? Are you not lost?" She shrugged her shoulders. How can one get lost out here? She turned round tiredly and walked along the same slabs. There's only an abandoned village about 5 kilometers ahead. You're going that way, aren't you? Excuse me, but who are you to ask questions? He seemed surprised that he wasn't known. I'm going back home to the cordon. I'm the ranger here, Will. Mia nodded. I'd been told about you. I even wanted to look you up if I could. Said no one knows the area better than you. Did you just move here? They walked side by side. Will was in a hurry and led the horse. Mia asked him what there was to see in the neighborhood. What's there to see? He answered her question with a question. The people here already know everything, and among the holiday makers there are more often amateur fishermen. They should first of all find out what and where they catch, and whether it is far from the lake, and whether it is possible to get there by car, and show on the map whether there are snakes there. And the most interesting thing is to tell children. Why? Will said. Because they just believe. They believe what I believe. It's a legendary land, really. They've even tried to explain it all scientifically. And what have you seen? Will glanced at her, as if checking to see if she was going to laugh. Sometimes there are paintings in the sky. The clouds get up like that, and the colors show up like that. So you look, and there's a bud above you. It's like a fantastic landscape. Another planet with purple seas, blue mountains and crimson rocks, like a mirage. And for a long time it stands there, doesn't move, doesn't disappear. Then I drop everything and look. There are caves here, connected by underground passages. They say they used to be home to bandits who robbed traveling merchants. There are some guys who climb these passages. They're hoping to find the treasure. They get lost, and then I have to get them out. And then there's Soul Lake. It's like a small lake, and I don't show you the way to it, but only if you look into it. And it's not you reflected in the water, but your soul. Not always, but it happens. At some point in the conversation, Mia realized that she had long ago missed the turn to Lake Bright, which she had hoped to see. She stopped and gave Will her hand. If you're ever going to walk this far again, he said to her, come and see me at the cordon, and I'll tell you lots of other stories. Mia was used to the fact that here in the village a complete stranger might say hello to her in the street, and after a while there would be no strangers left. You go to the shop and you're bound to meet a dozen neighbors on the way. Now she began to meet Will. He came to the forestry farm several times a week, went on his motorbike, went on his horse, whose name was King. Will said he had no intention of getting a horse. But King's fate was too hard. His previous owners had kept him starved, beaten him with logs, and finally wanted to give him to the butchers. I said to them, how much will you get for him? Skin and bones. Sell him to me, so I bought him back. The horse was short-sighted back then, afraid of everything. You'd approach him, and he'd flee. He calmed down a bit at my cordon. We're friends now. But he'll never be the same again, trusting as he was. Will asked Mia to visit, and she did visit him at the cordon. It was a steep hike up a forested mountain. The two of them walked together and Will kept Mia distracted from the hardships of the journey with conversation. But she still had to stop several times to catch her breath and gather her strength. Then the woods parted, revealing a sunlit clearing. Small birch trees grew there like grass, and there were lots of flowers. Mia felt ashamed that she knew the name of only a few of them, for these were her native places. And when she saw scatterings of wild strawberries, she couldn't resist picking them as she had done when she was a child, putting them in an improvised palm made of a fern leaf. Will's house was a big log house. Nearby, laundry dried on a rope and goats roamed. I get a lot of visitors in the summer, Will said, especially young guys who are interested in the paranormal. How many times they've told me that they lost their way, that their watch stopped on the way, that they walked and walked and walked, and came to a place they never expected to be. How do you feel about that? I've seen too much myself to laugh at them. What do you do in the winter? I have a snowmobile. There's a village nearby where summer cottagers come in the summer, and in the winter, it's just old ladies. And if a grandmother gets sick, they put her in a big trough, hitch it to the snowmobile, and take her to the district center, where there is a hospital. They drank tea with herbs and fragrant honey. Mia realized that Will was spending too much time with her. No one would just treat a newcomer to the village like that. But she'd long ago stopped thinking of herself as a woman to look up to. A maid aunt she had read from someone about the wonderful phenomenon of aunts these, waving to themselves, are individuals characterized by total self-denial cleaning, lugging heavy bags from the shop, cooking, feeding everyone, and all for others. These ridiculous aunts, most often overweight, with short boyish haircuts that don't suit them, with wrinkles formed by a stern expression on their faces. And you won't be stern here in the fight against life. These aunts are the salt of the earth. They provide sustenance so that others can create, dream, and fulfill their dreams. Mia thought of herself as one of those aunts, and she thought that there was only one thing ahead of her old age, which it would be good to keep on her own feet, so as not to be a burden to people. And now Will calls her to come more often and walks her home, and brings gifts different from what Ben used to bring. A tincture to rub on her tired shoulders. Too much of her life had been on those shoulders, and the pain would go away in a flash. Or a berry patch. I'll come round, Mia promised in surprise. Jill was deservedly proud of herself. She was finding work for her charges, and now they didn't have to sit on anyone's back. Surprisingly, there was an ostrich farm in this small village on the outskirts of the town, and Jill had placed some people to look after the huge birds. Jill knew that her charges had settled in the old house for good, that the lineup would change as well, but they needed a break from their old, unsettled, pain-filled lives. We're having a labor and recreation camp here, Jill was saying. Mia had secretly feared when she'd brought Michael out here that he wouldn't last long. All that gardening wasn't for his fine hands. To her surprise, he never once asked to come back and kept himself busy, cutting grass, gathering wood for the bath. Surely he needed to feel that deadly fatigue by evening. It drove the thoughts away. And yes, Jill was right. The fatigue drowned out the pain. And then Michael arrived at Jill's house, unlike himself. He was glowing. Chloe called me, Michael said. She's coming, wants to spend the rest of the summer here. Mia, who had not been informed of her plans by her daughter, was cautious about the news. So what? Maybe she'll come with a friend of hers? With this artist they had long since parted. Chloe said that she missed me, asking me to come. Mia saw that Michael was ready to go to the city, despite the terms of the will, according to which he was obliged to obey her. Go, she said. Tell your daughter I love her, and I'm always waiting for her." The day after Michael left, Mia went to visit Will. She didn't warn him of her visit and went alone. It was okay if she didn't catch the woodsman at home. She would wait for him. And yet, how is he not afraid to live so far away from people? If something happens, how can he explain to the ambulance where to go? And would a car get there on these trails? Immersed in her own thoughts, Mia didn't realize whether she was going the right way. Had she lost her way? Then she definitely woke up. The forest surrounded her, and there seemed to be grass mown and some semblance of a path looping around. Scolding herself with the last words who would look for her now. The fool. Mia followed the trail and suddenly froze when a small lake opened up in front of her. Its banks were thickly overgrown and by the looks of it marshy. It was only possible to approach the water to where she now stood. At the very edge of the water lay a flat, large rock. Mia was hot, and she wanted to dip her hands into the water and then rub her face with them, which were cold. So she stepped onto the rock and leaned out into the lake and froze. The water was very dark, almost black, and it reflected everything: the sky with its high cumulus clouds, the tops of the trees, and Mia herself. Only it was not a tired middle-aged woman, but a young girl, a lush braid the color of ripe rye hanging over her shoulder, a clear oval face. It was the way she had once been and still was in old photographs, and beautiful, large, and a little frightened eyes. The girl reflected in the water was a beauty. Life had not yet turned her into a fiery horse, had not tormented her with deceit and disappointments. This girl believed in goodness and waited for love. For a long time, Mia looked at her own reflection. Gradually, she began to identify herself with the one who at first seemed a stranger to her. It seemed to her that even the expression on the girl's face was changing. Mia was wrong. Life looked at her from the dark water with the eyes of the one who had withstood everything, who had not broken, and who still had the same eyes full of inner light. And she became even more beautiful. We have a lake here, and if you look into it, you'll see your soul. Mia remembered Will's words. So it was her soul, then. She plunged her hands into the water, either trying to touch the girl or hoping the magical water would heal her fatigue. The hands of Mia and the one reflected made contact. And Mia remembered that long-forgotten feeling of youth, when life seems like a miracle. And that miracle belongs to you, and you can handle anything. You own the whole world. When Mia walked away from the lake, she somehow immediately came to the right path that led to the cordon. But there was still a long way to go. She walked on, picking flowers. They weren't pretty, but they smelled so strongly of honey that they made her dizzy. She came to Will's house with a large bouquet. No one was at the cordon, but it looked as if the owner had been away for a while and would be back soon. On the kitchen table was a plate of chunks of fish and flour. Mia lit the cooker, put on a frying pan, and began to fry the fish. The fins were turning golden, and the crispy pieces were covered with a smoky crust. What a marvelous aroma! Will returned to the cordon with a strange feeling that someone was there. He had lived alone for many years. A long time ago he had been married, but the marriage hadn't lasted a few years. Olivia couldn't stand living in the middle of nowhere. She wanted to go back to the city. Maybe if she found the right words, he'd drop everything. But Olivia put up with it for a long time, and then she made a scene, calling him a recluse and a loser. She packed her things and told Will she wouldn't come back, even if he crawled to town on his knees. From then on, only brave tourists who were not afraid to climb into the heart of these woods came to his cordon. The feeling that someone was here was growing stronger, even though the front lawn was empty. Will hurriedly stepped onto the porch and opened the door. Mia paced barefoot in the kitchen, humming and frying fish.